Chapter 967. Chapter 967. Slap! Who are you? Zhu Qin looked at the old man indifferently. Bloody Blade Venerable said in a fawning manner, I am Li Jing. I have long heard of the Zhu clan's great name. Please do not blame me for taking the liberty of coming here. Li Jing, I understand. Zhu Qin nodded faintly. Li Jing had already clearly seen the current situation. His heart was filled with wild joy. Wasn't this the perfect time for someone to send him a pillow when he wanted to sleep? As long as he helped Zhu Qin resolve his current problem, he would at least be related to the Zhu clan. With this relationship, he could do whatever he wanted in Dongxian. Young Master Zhu, did this fellow offend you? I will help you finish him off. Li Jing smiled. His eyes shot toward Ning Qi like lightning. Brat, you even dare to offend young Master Zhu. Why aren't you kneeling down and receiving your death? Bloody Blade Venerable is personally taking action. This fellow is in danger. Cuckoo! Even if Bloody Blade Venerable does not intervene, the other 6 Do Zun seniors will intervene. Moreover, this person has offended a disciple of the Zhu clan. How long do you think he can live? What a pity. That fellow who was turned into an ice sculpture was once in existence in the top 50 of the dragon ranking. Yuan Shan of the Yuan clan. However, ever since the Do Di of the 9 great clans disappeared with the Cloud Rising sect, the current position of the 9 great clans is only slightly higher than that of the Jade Pill sect. Not only can they not be compared to the Sky Demon Empire, but even the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom and the 9 Regions Empire are more prominent than the 9 great clans. From the looks of it, they want to rely on the 4 great clans. Cuckoo! You have underestimated the speed of the 9 great clans. What, you mean that they have already relied on the Zhu clan? Otherwise, why do you think the disciples of the Zhu clan will stand with the disciples of the 9 great clans? Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cool air. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts. Within a short year, the situation in Dongxian had changed so much. The 9 great clans, which were only weaker than the 3 great dragon tribes, had now become the vassals of another clan. No one would have believed this in the past. Ning Qi was not angry when he heard Li Jing's words. He smiled faintly and said, If you want my life, come and take it yourself. This fellow has a qi concealing qi method. However, from the looks of it, even a Do Zun would not be very strong. Would I, a 7-star Do Zun, be afraid of him? The benefits of befriending the Zhu family instantly suppressed the last trace of vigilance in Li Jing's heart. He sneered and directly attacked Ning Qi. Ning Qi flicked his finger, and a trace of the power of the law instantly hit Li Jing. He maintained his attacking posture and turned into an ice sculpture in midair. He fell heavily to the ground and instantly shattered into pieces. The Bloody Blade Venerable Li Jing were dead. What's going on? Even Bloody Saber Venerable is no match for him? Did you see how he attacked? I can't see clearly. If this person is not a Do Di, he is at least in existence of the Doshan class. The Doshangs of our Eastern Xian area are basically old. How can there be such a young Doshang? He is not someone from the Eastern Xian area. As soon as this conclusion was made, the way everyone looked at Ning Qi instantly changed. If Ning Qi was not in existence from the Eastern Xian area, he might really not be afraid of the Zhu family. After all, 1 dragon, 1 demon, 9 palaces, and 8 sects and 4 great clans. The latter was ranked towards the back among them. Moreover, the Zhu family was not publicly recognized as the strongest among the 4 great clans. Dongfang Lingdong and the others were greatly shaken when they saw the scene. They involuntarily looked at Zhu Qin. Even a Do Zun could be easily killed. It was likely that the matter today would not be resolved so easily. Which clan's Do Di are you from? Or a Doshang? Zhu Chen's expression remained very indifferent. He was only a 1-star Do Zun. He was considered a junior among the younger generation in the Zhu family. Naturally, he could not sense the trace of the power of the law. It was also impossible for him to feel that Ning Qi was an initial stage Do Dan expert. After all, there were only 7 or 8 such experts in the Zhu family. According to the current vastness of the continent, if the initial stage Do Dan experts were to be evenly distributed, there might not even be one initial stage Do Dan expert in a land of tens of millions of square kilometers. Do Di. Even the disciples of the Zhu family think that he is a Do Di. He could also be a Do Sheng. TCH. Regardless of whether he is a Do Di or a Do Sheng, he is much stronger than us. It would be great if we could take him as our teacher. Everyone's eyes were glowing as they looked at Ning Qi. Little fellow from the Zhu family, you are not qualified to know. Ning Qi parted his mouth and smiled as he spoke in an old-fashioned manner. Zhu Chen's expression was slightly startled. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Since you know that I am a disciple of the Zhu family, you still dare to be so rude to me? Even if you are a Do Di, you are still an insignificant existence in my Zhu family. Now, I will give you one last chance. Slap yourself. Otherwise, I will send a message back. Within 7 days, the Zhu family will send experts to capture you. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap exploded in everyone's ears. Chu Xian twisted her stiff neck and looked at Zhu Chen in fear. Zhu Chen's expression was currently lifeless. The left side of his face was swollen. The person who had slapped him was Ning Qi, who had appeared beside Zhu Chen unknowingly. You dare to hit me? Zhu Chen's calm expression instantly disappeared. His hair stood up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stared at Ning Qi with incomparable shame and anger. Slap, slap, slap. Ning Qi wore a smile on his face as he continued to wave his hand. Slap after slap landed on Zhu Chen's face. His attacks were extremely light and he did not immediately kill or send Zhu Chen flying. However, the pain and sounds became increasingly louder. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Chen's handsome and adorable face, which would definitely charm countless young girls once he grew up, had become as swollen as a pig's head. At this moment, the other 6 Do Zuns from Rising Cloud Workshop, who were training in retreat, hurried over when they heard the news. Their faces revealed shocked expressions. Like everyone else, they were as quiet as cicadas in winter as they watched the scene. The person he hit is a disciple of the Zhu family of the 4 great clans? It should be. Where is that old fellow Shueshou? He is dead. Look at the severed limbs on the ground. Those hands belong to Shueshou. Hiss! Given the current situation, these 6 Do Zuns no longer dared to participate. It was obvious that Ning Qi's cultivation was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, the person who had been hit was a disciple of the Zhu family. This meant that the other party did not hold the Zhu family in any regard. Both parties were existences that they did not have the qualification to offend. We are finished. Young Master Zhu Chen has been humiliated in front of us. We are dead for sure. Dongfang Ling Dong muttered to himself in despair. There is still a thread of hope. I only hope that this person does not kill young Master Zhu Chen. At the very least, we will not be implicated. Chu Xian calmed down after her shock. This was because she could tell that Ning Qi did not seem to have any intention of killing Zhu Chen. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. Slap. Chapter 968. Returning to Misty Cloud, Towerning, Qi glanced at Chu Xian and the others indifferently. No one dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads and looked at the current cloud rising sect. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head, then left. After Zhu Chen's reminder, he planned to go to Cloud Mist Tower to see the true face of the Book of Life and Death. Was it a magic tool with the power of laws? If it was true, Ning Qi planned to take it away. No one would complain about having too many magic tools, other than the Dragon Slayer saber, which was considered an incomplete magic tool. He only had the 9 divine bells. It was just that he could not use it often. Ning Qi did not want the guy that little Six was afraid of to come after smelling it. Young Master Zhu Qin, you're awake? Chu Xian and the others surrounded Zhu Qin and were pleasantly surprised to see him slowly awaken. What happened to me? Hiss! Just as Zhu Qin opened his mouth, he felt an intense pain on his face, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Soon after, he remembered how he was knocked unconscious by Ning Qi, and his blood instantly rushed to his head. However, his face was no different from a braised pig head, and no one could see the shame and anger on his face. Damn it! Damn it! I will never let you off! Zhu Qin shouted angrily. His voice had become much sharper. Everyone involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they saw this. Zhu Chen's background was very frightening, and his talent was also very abnormal. He had broken through to a 1-star Do Zun at the age of 13 or 14. If he was placed in the 9 great clans back then, he would definitely be an ultimate heaven's pride existence. However, just a couple of slaps had caused his mentality to change drastically. He had lost his previous calmness. In terms of mentality, it was likely that he was even inferior to an ordinary heaven's pride. However, they still had to rely on Zhu Qin and suck up to him. Chu Xian said in a low voice, Young Master Zhu Qin, we will send a message back to the family to help you pay attention to that guy's whereabouts. Zhu Chen glanced coldly at Chu Xian and nodded slightly. Then, a palm-sized mirror appeared in his hand. The moment this mirror appeared, it emitted a heart-palpitating aura. A thick fog flashed across the mirror. Following that, a face appeared in the mirror. When he saw Zhu Chen's pig head, he was slightly stunned. Ninth brother, what's wrong? Big brother, I was humiliated in Dongxian. Please come and avenge me. Zhu Qin said respectfully. Dongxian? Oh, you mean the remote place that the family asked you to go and see if there are any divine objects and magic tools? The person in the mirror seemed to think for a while before remembering where Dongxian was. Ever since hundreds of continental fragments fused together, all the major clans had sent people to explore the various places, hoping to find divine objects and artifacts. The Zhu clan was no exception. God knew how many people like Zhu Qin had been sent out. Yes. Zhu Qin nodded. Everyone looked at the mirror curiously. The person in the mirror should be the true genius of the Zhu family, right? They were different from the 9 great clans. They already knew that existences like the 4 great clans could only be ranked as heaven's chosen after breaking through to the Do D class. Ninth brother, Big brother, has been preparing for war recently. I'm going to fight for the opportunity to enter the divine object and comprehend the laws. I really can't go there myself. Why don't I send 2 attendants to you? The person in the mirror hesitated for a moment before saying. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhu Chen's eyes, but he still nodded and said, Thank you, big brother. He was aware of those 2 servants. They were not humans. Instead, they were transformed demonic beasts. Even though they did not comprehend the strength of the laws, their fighting strength far exceeded that of an ordinary peak Dodi. It should be sufficient with them here. Ninth brother, be careful. And all of you, if anything happens to him in Dongxian, none of you will be able to escape. The person in the mirror suddenly used an ice-cold gaze to sweep over Chu Xian's group. The expressions of the 6 Dozuns who had stuck their heads and out of curiosity immediately became dull. They knew that their appearance had been seen by the other party. Yes. Chu Xian hurriedly replied. She had wanted to use her appearance to leave an impression in the other party's heart. Unexpectedly, the other party had disappeared and the mirror returned to its original state. Let's go to the 9 regions empire. Zhu Chen kept the mirror and snorted coldly. The 9 regions empire. I haven't been here for a long time. I'll pay a visit after settling the matter of the Book of Life and Death and see if there are any new developments from old Jin. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up as he stood on the streets of the capital. Although he had invited Jin Sheng to the War God Hall, Jin Sheng had ultimately chosen to stay in the Nine Regions Empire's Tinji Institute. Ning Qi was not dissatisfied with his choice. After all, Jin Sheng was born in the Nine Regions and had deep feelings for the Nine Regions Empire. Moreover, the Tinji Institute was the most important existence in the Nine Regions Empire other than the palace. Without Jin Sheng, the Nine Regions Empire's national strength would drop by at least 50%. I wonder if Su Zhen and his wife have found their daughter. The mansion that Dongfang Haojie had previously stayed in had been changed. There was a signboard with the words Tianwu Duke Mansion hanging on it. Cloud Mist Restaurant. Sir, what would you like to order? The waiter stood beside Ning Qi and asked with a smile, Just give me some of your specialty dishes. Ning Qi smiled. All right, sir, please wait for a moment. The waiter smiled, turned around, and left. Cloud Mist Restaurant's business was very good. There were hundreds of tables on the second floor where Ning Qi stayed, but they were almost all occupied. Brother Lin, I've told you before, the Book of Life and Death never makes a mistake. Anyone whose name appears on it will definitely die. Look, it's been a year and there's still no news from Ning Beixian. He's obviously dead. But how do you explain what happened to the Cloud Rising clan? I think there might be other reasons. The Book of Life and Death never implicates a clan. Ning Beixian is Ning Beixian, and the Cloud Rising clan is the Cloud Rising clan. Who knows what happened to them? Perhaps they knew that Ning Beixian was dead, and they were afraid that someone would come for revenge due to the changes in the world, so they disbanded their sects or went into hiding. In any case, Ning Beixian died because of the Book of Life and Death. Being able to eat at Misty Cloud Restaurant is like killing Ning Beixian with our own hands. Why did Miss Dingling bring people up personally today? Everyone's gazes simultaneously swept towards the staircase. They saw Misty Tower's owner, Dingling, personally leading four young men up to the second floor. Peak Emperor Do, who has comprehended at least one law. It seems that the scholar of heaven and earth is also at this level. Are these four from the Greedy Wolf sect? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Dingling and the others. The Book of Life and Death belonged to the Greedy Wolf sect, so the Cloud Mist Restaurant was naturally related to the Greedy Wolf sect. Dingling furrowed her brows as she scanned the room. She discovered that all the seats on the second floor were full. Her gaze immediately landed on Ning Qi's table. Ning Qi was the only one at his table, and the food was not served yet. The table was very clean. This way, please. Chapter 969. The third option with the convenience of the system. Ning Qi could see through the attributes of these four people. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Dong. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Shi. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Nan. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Bei. Interesting. Is he Tuoba Dong's personal disciple or his subordinate? A hint of a smile flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. At least now he was sure that Tuoba Huan was not completely silent, which made him feel relieved. If the Greedy Wolf Sect had sent a stronger being to Dongxian, Ning Qi would have had to escape to the celestial martial continent to be safer. I wonder if this young master could give up this table? Dingling stood in front of Ning Qi and smiled. Ning Qi shook his head and smiled, but he did not say anything. Dingling's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. She glanced at Tuoba Dong and saw that he was expressionless. She immediately said to Ning Qi, I am Dingling from Yunwin. These four young masters are our distinguished guests. If you give me some face today, I will definitely return the favor in the future. Since your Yunwu Inn is open for business, there is no reason to chase away your customers. The things I ordered will be here soon. Please take these four young masters elsewhere to find a table. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a different expression. What a lad. This guy doesn't even give Dingling face. Is that so? Dingling's face immediately turned gloomy. Seeing this, Tuoba Dong smiled faintly and said, Miss Ding, there's no need to be angry. I'll deal with such a small matter. If Senior Brother Wenrin knows that the four of us asked Miss Ding to help us find a seat, we'll be beaten up." Hearing the words, Senior Wenrin, Ding Ling's expression changed. Her eyes were a little blurred as she asked, "Is he well?" "Senior Wenren is very well. He has successfully broken through to the early stage of the Battle Dan realm. Thank you for your concern. Senior Wenren said that he will personally find Lady Ding and bring you back to the Greedy Wolf sect." Tuobadong smiled. Early stage of the Battle Dan realm? When the diners on the second floor heard the news, they were all shocked. The senior of these four was actually an early stage of the Battle Dan realm. Greedy Wolf sect. What was the background of this sect? Would that Battle Dan realm expert personally come to find Dingling? The relationship between the two of them was probably not shallow. Thinking up to this point, quite a number of quick-witted diners recalled that Dingling had been stationed at Misty Cloud Tower all these years. This book of life and death couldn't be the handiwork of the Greedy Wolf sect, right? "He's coming for me." Dingling's face revealed a hint of surprise. "You, either give up your seat or die." Without waiting for Tuobadong to speak, Tuobashi, who was standing beside him, coldly looked at Ning Chi and said, "Is there no third option?" Ning Chi smiled. Tuobadong and the other three frowned slightly, as if they found Ning Chi's attitude strange. Their eyes scanned Ning Chi's body, but after a while, they realized that they could not see through his cultivation. "There's something in Dongxian that we can't see through? Does this person cultivate a special aura concealment technique?" "That's most likely the case." "Tuoba, go ahead and test it out." "All right." The four of them secretly communicated for a while. Tuoba, reached out his hand and placed it on Ning Chi's shoulder. However, before his hand could touch Ning Chi's shoulder, it froze in midair. The power of law. The four of them were shocked. Tuobashi's face was pale. His body immediately surged with the power of law, wanting to break the ice on his hand. However, he was shocked to find that it was completely futile. Tuobadong and the other too quickly performed their techniques. Three powers of law surged towards Tuobashi's hand at the same time. Only then did the ice show signs of melting. This person isn't a cultivator from Dongxian. What is he doing here? He might be here for the Book of Life and Death. Let's not provoke him for now. Master will be here in 3 days. The customers of Cloud Mist Restaurant stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Dingling was also rather shocked. She knew that the four of them were not much weaker than Scholar of Heaven and Earth in terms of cultivation levels. In fact, they might even be stronger than him. Yet, they had actually suffered a loss in the hands of this inconspicuous young man. "Miss Ding, this seat isn't very good. Let's sit at that table." Tuobadong said faintly. "All right." Dingling nodded subconsciously. The customer at the table next to Ning Chi stood up with a bitter smile and turned to leave. Immediately, a waiter came to clean the table. Then the four of them sat down. Before Dingling left, she took a deep look at Ning Chi. Tuobadong and the other three glanced at Ning Chi from time to time. Ning Chi ignored their gazes and ate the hot dishes served by the waiter with relish. The signboard outside is just ordinary wood. There's nothing strange in the Misty Cloud Tower. Where is the Book of Life and Death hidden? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. In a short period of time, his soul had already secretly conducted a thorough search of Misty Cloud Tower. I see. The corner of Ning Chi's lips curled up. He knew where the Book of Life and Death was. At this moment, in one of the rooms of the Misty Cloud Tower, a black sphere suddenly appeared in Dingling's hand. This sphere seemed to be made of gold, but it wasn't. Once it appeared, it emitted a faint aura of nomological laws. Dingling didn't know that a pair of eyes was staring at her. She touched the sphere and muttered to herself, "Your master will be coming to pick me up soon. You must be very happy, right?" The sphere didn't have any life, so it naturally couldn't answer Dingling. However, a golden light suddenly flashed on its surface and condensed into two golden words. Ning Qi. The outside world thinks that he is already dead. If he is really dead, you wouldn't have revealed his name again. Dingling touched the sphere and muttered to herself. Previously, Ning Qi's name had appeared on the signboard of the Misty Cloud Tower. That was just Dingling deliberately mystifying things. She wanted the outside world to know who the Book of Life and Death was trying to kill. At the same time, outsiders wouldn't discover the true location of the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, a hand condensed in the void. Dingling stared at the sphere, being snatched away by this hand that had suddenly appeared. Who? Dingling stood up abruptly and looked around in fear. At the same time, Ning Qi had already finished eating the dishes on the table and was about to leave. At this moment, a few more figures walked up. When Ning Qi saw one of them, he didn't plan to leave. Scholar Heaven and Earth glanced at the second floor with a smile and found that it was already full. Zhongli Huatian, who was following behind him, pointed in Ning Qi's direction and said, "Ancestor, there's an empty seat over there." Scholar Heaven and Earth smiled and nodded. He brought Zhongli Huatian to Ning Qi. "Little brother, you're the only one sitting here? How about the two of us sit with you?" Chapter 970. Chapter 970. Malicious slander. "Forefather, I won't be sitting," Zhongli Huatian said in a low voice. Zhongli Huatian said in a low voice. After that, he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Your Excellency seems to have finished eating. Can you give up this table? Today is strange. So many people have come to fight for a seat." Ning Qi smiled and did not answer the question. Tuo Badong and the other three's expressions changed slightly. A trace of anger flashed in their eyes. They could clearly feel the mockery in Ning Qi's words. "Huatian, there's no need. Sit with this little brother." Scholar Heaven and Earth smiled faintly. "Yes, forefather." Zhongli Huatian nodded and respectfully stood behind Scholar Heaven and Earth. There was no lack of dozongs and dozuns among the diners on the second floor. When they saw this scene, they already knew that Scholar Heaven and Earth was not as young as he looked. This person's aura is similar to ours. It seems that he has also comprehended the power of a law. Tuo Badong secretly transmitted his voice. Indeed, are they familiar with each other? From the looks of it, they don't know each other. It's just that the brat's aura concealing technique is too mysterious. The other party did not see that he possesses the power of a law. At this moment, Dingling hurriedly walked up. She came directly to Tuo Badong's table and whispered a few words. Tuo Badong and the other three's expressions immediately changed. Their eagle-like eyes swept toward Ning Qi and Scholar Heaven and Earth. The earth-searching pill disappeared as soon as these two arrived at the Misty Cloud restaurant. They are the most suspicious. We are not a match for that fellow. We will be at a disadvantage if we fight. Let's wait for Master to arrive before making a further plan. At least try it out. Let's go together. Tuo Badong and the other three stood up and walked toward Ning Qi's table. Curiosity flashed in everyone's eyes when they saw this. Was there going to be another good show to watch? "Halt, intruder!" Zhongli Huatian moved and blocked in front of Tuo Badong and the other three. Ever since Scholar Heaven and Earth came out of seclusion, he used the power of a law to repair his dantian. Now, Zhongli Huatian's cultivation had recovered to the peak of a dozun. He was only half a step away from the Dosheng realm. Tuo Badong glanced at Zhongli Huatian indifferently. Zhongli Huatian immediately felt a huge force coming at him. He could not help but take a few steps back. A look of shock appeared on his face. He had only felt this kind of aura from his own ancestor. Could it be that these four people were at the same level as their patriarch? "You are." The Scholar of Heaven and Earth's expression changed slightly. He stood up in surprise and looked at Tuo Badong and the other three. Ding Ling stared at him and then looked at Ning Chi. The token of love that her beloved had given her had been stolen. Ding Ling was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tuobadong frowned and glanced at Ning Chi. In the end, his gaze landed on the scholar of heaven and earth. His expression changed slightly. "You're the scholar of heaven and earth from the pavilion of heaven and earth." This was Tuobadong's guess. When he came to Dongxian, he had asked Ho Jin for information about this place. If there was anyone here who had comprehended the power of laws, it would be the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's scholar of heaven and earth. The primordial Dragon Emperor and the others had not reached this level yet. "You all actually recognize me?" The scholar of heaven and earth was a little surprised. Apart from looking for clues about Ning Chi, he had come to the Cloud Mist Tower this time to take a look at the long-rumored Book of Life and Death. He did not expect to meet 4 experts who seemed to have the same level of cultivation as him. Were they from a dragon, a demon, the 9 palaces and 8 schools, or the 4 great clans? The Cloud Mist Tower lost something. Did the 2 of you take it? Tuobadong went straight to the point. The Cloud Mist Tower lost something? Could it be? A look of shock suddenly flashed in the eyes of the diners on the second floor. Someone quietly left the Cloud Mist Tower and ran in the direction of the palace. This person was one of the tens of thousands of scouts from the 9 States Empire. Ding Ling seemed to recognize him. Seeing him leave, she did not move at all. She only stared at Ning Chi and the scholar of heaven and earth. "Why are you looking for us when you lost something? Why would the patriarch and I steal something from the Cloud Mist Tower?" Zhongli Huatian thought that the 2 of them were referring to them. A look of anger flashed in his eyes. "You don't have the right to speak here. Brother, if you've stolen the item that Misty Cloud Tower lost, please return it. In a few days, our masters will arrive here, so we don't want to embarrass everyone." Tuobadong looked at Ning Chi and said plainly. Zhongli Huatian was slightly startled. He glanced at Ning Chi in disbelief. The other party placed this person on the same level as his own patriarch? They have masters. Could it be that they are experts in the Battle Dan realm? A look of fear flashed in the eyes of the scholar of heaven and earth. Then he shook his head with a smile and said, "I just arrived at the Cloud Mist Tower. If something is lost, it is naturally not me. You have found the wrong person. Perhaps this little brother can answer your question." The scholar of heaven and earth looked at Ning Chi meaningfully. At the same time, an undetectable look of surprise flashed in his eyes. From the eyes and expressions of Tuobadong and the other 3, it could be seen that they were quite afraid of this person. Even he had misjudged him. This meant that the other party's cultivation was probably not weaker than his. As expected, after hearing the scholar of heaven and earth's words, the 4 of them looked at Ning Chi coldly. "Although your cultivation is stronger than ours, I'm afraid that there is a limit. If you really took something from the Cloud Mist Tower, please hand it over. Its owner is very strong, even stronger than our masters. If we really fall out, you won't be able to keep your life even if you flee to the ends of the earth." The scholar of heaven and earth stood at the side with a smile. However, only he knew the shock in his heart. He had already confirmed that these 4 people were from those factions. Behind them, there was more than just a Battle Dan existence. What did the Cloud Mist Tower lose to make them so nervous? What is their relationship with the Cloud Mist Tower? Could it be the Book of Life and Death? Thinking about this, the scholar of heaven and earth couldn't help but look at Ning Chi. He wanted to see something from Ning Chi's expression. What was disappointing was that other than a faint smile on Ning Chi's face, there was no sign of guilt or fear. "I've been sitting here all this time and haven't moved at all. Why do you think that I stole something from the Cloud Mist Tower?" Ning Chi smiled and said, "There is no need to pretend between us. If it was me, I would have countless ways to steal something right under your nose." Tuoba Shi's hand was frozen by Ning Chi earlier, so he was still a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but frown. Then, why can't the four of you be the ones who stole it? Ning Chi said with a smile. The expressions of Tuobadong and the other three instantly changed. Dingling suddenly took 2 steps back and stared at them. Ning Chi's words reminded Dingling that the value of the item was something that even an ordinary initial stage Do Dan expert coveted. Would these 4 people be greedy and steal the ground-searching pill? Then, would the thief call the thief? How could we steal Brother Wenwen's item? Don't slander us. Tuoba, she said angrily. Right now, you are the one slandering us, not me. I am only suggesting this possibility. If you think that I took it, then show me the evidence. Chapter 971. You're in the Dan realm. Evidence. Tuobadong and the other 3 didn't have any evidence. When they heard Ning Chi's words, their expressions changed and became a little ugly. However, other than the 4 of them, only the 2 people in front of them were experts who had comprehended the power of law. The others probably didn't have the ability to steal a low-grade magical artifact, the earth-searching pill, right under their noses. Miss Ding, the dishes of your Cloud Mist restaurant are delicious. I will come again next time. Ning Chi smiled and prepared to leave. Tuobadong's body moved slightly and stopped Ning Chi. When Scholar of Heaven and Earth saw this, he smiled and took a step back. He didn't want to participate in this pointless battle. You want to keep me here? Ning Chi looked at Tuobadong and the other 3 and smiled. Your Excellency, our master will arrive at Misty Cloud Tower in 3 days. With master's abilities, he will definitely know who stole the items from Misty Cloud Tower. Therefore, before that, the 2 of you should not take even half a step out of Misty Cloud Tower to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Tuobadong said plainly, Are the masters of the 4 of you Dan realm experts? Scholar of Heaven and Earth suddenly asked. Of course. Tuobadong nodded. Then I am willing to stay here for 3 days. Scholar of Heaven and Earth smiled. When Tuobadong and the other 3 saw this, their suspicions of Scholar of Heaven and Earth lessened. On the contrary, Ning Chi had become their number 1 suspect. At this moment, Yunwu Restaurant's customers saw a group of people majestically walking up to the 2nd floor. The person leading the group was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, and his aura was as deep as the abyss. Beside him, there was an old eunuch with a gloomy expression and a group of princes. The Emperor has come personally. It is not strange. The background of these few people is extraordinary. If it was in the past, the 9 regions' great emperor status was supreme and could be compared with the ancestors of the 9 great clans. Now, however, the Do D class is nothing. Only by grasping the power of the laws can one transcend the status of an ant. The person who came was the emperor of the Jojo Empire, the great emperor of the Jojo Empire. Every emperor of the Jojo Empire had this exclusive title. It was rumored that the current Jojo emperor had cultivated for more than 2,300 years and was already a 7-star emperor of the Do realm. His cultivation could be considered outstanding among the Jojo emperors of each generation. He rarely showed his face and spent most of his time in seclusion. It was unexpected that he would appear at the Cloud Mist restaurant today. The Jojo emperor's gaze swept over Dingling before landing on Tuobadong's group of 4. A smile hung on his face as he took a few steps forward and said, Senior brothers, are you from the Greedy Wolf sect? Yes. Tuobadong and the other 3 nodded indifferently. Their cultivation was much higher than the person in front of them. In the Greedy Wolf sect, the strength of the 9 regions' great emperor could only be regarded as the lower middle class among the outer court disciples. Naturally, there was no need for a good attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that the great emperor of the 9 prefectures was an outer court disciple of their Greedy Wolf sect, Tuobadong and the other 3 wouldn't even bother with him. For senior brothers, I am Su Hung Tao. Senior Tuoba personally accepted me as an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. After the Jojo Emperor confirmed the origins of the four, he hurriedly cupped his hands together and bowed. What? The great emperor is an outer court disciple of the greedy wolf sect? In other words, the sect behind these four? Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. Even the princes were inexplicably shocked. They had received news from the Jojo Emperor today and followed him to the Cloud Mist restaurant. They were wondering what had happened in the Cloud Mist restaurant for them to be so cautious. But they didn't expect such an outcome. The news was too shocking. Other than the White Emperor Tower, even the Jojo Empire is related to the Greedy Wolf sect? Could this Tuoba Dong really be from the Tuoba clan? Then how many of the remaining 35 top sects are related to him? Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Subsequently, he noticed a familiar face among the group of princes behind the Jojo Emperor. He's already a 4-star Dozong. His cultivation speed is considered average in Dongxian. Ning Qi looked at the 13th prince, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Back then, the 13th prince was 9th on the dragon ranking. Excluding the dragon clan, he was the human with the highest ranking on the dragon ranking. The battle between him and the 13th prince was not too easy. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed, and the 13th prince's cultivation had also improved. If he was given another few decades, he would definitely become a Dozun with his talent, which was equivalent to the supreme geniuses of the 9 great clans. Su Hung Tao, yes, Master has mentioned it to us. It's good that you're here today. Order people to seal off the capital and disallow ordinary people from entering or leaving. The Cloud Mist restaurant has lost something. If we don't find it, Master will definitely blame us when he arrives in 3 days. Tuoba Dong said faintly. When he spoke, he intentionally glanced at Ning Qi. There was a hidden meaning in his words. The Cloud Mist restaurant lost something? Could it be the Book of Life and Death? Su Hungtao's face revealed a shocked expression, after which he nodded and gestured to the old eunuch beside him. The old eunuch hurriedly left. 4 seniors, I have come this time around to ask the 4 of you to take a look. Is there anyone among these sons of mine who can enter the Greedy Wolf sect? Su Hungtao smiled and spoke to Tuoba Dong in a fawning manner. Father is so respectful to these 4 people. Their cultivation cannot be underestimated. The Greedy Wolf sect, even Father's cultivation, is only that of an outer disciple. Could it be that it is a powerful sect like the Dragon Clan, the 9 palaces, the 8 sects, and the 4 great clans? If I am able to enter it, my training speed will definitely soar. The princes all had different expressions when they thought of this. Most of them secretly glanced at the 13th prince. They were aware of the potential of this 13th brother. However, everyone looked at the first prince again. The young man standing behind Su Hungtao was Su Hungtao's first son and the first prince of the 9 provinces empire. His cultivation was already at the peak of the Dozun realm. He was only half a step away from stepping into the Dosheng realm. He was over 100 years older than the second prince and almost 200 years older than the 13th prince. In terms of potential, he was not much weaker than the 13th prince. We will discuss this matter when Master arrives. Tuoba, she said impatiently. Yes, yes. Su Hungtao smiled and nodded. However, Tuoba Dong glanced at the princes and shook his head without saying anything. Su Hungtao and the others' hearts sank when they saw this. The other party seemed to be dissatisfied with everyone's potential. Why does this person keep looking at me? The 13th prince felt Ning Qi's gaze and was slightly startled. However, he saw Ning Qi smile at him. As he did not know Ning Qi's background, the 13th prince returned a smile. Everyone, I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Ning Qi smiled at Tuoba Dong and the other 3 before he stood up and left. Senior said that you have to wait here for Master to arrive before leaving. Tuoba Shi, Tuoba Bei, and Tuoba Nen stood up together and blocked Ning Qi's path. However, The three of them suddenly felt a chilling and terrifying aura being emitted from Ning Qi's body. You are at the Do Dan realm? Chapter 972. I am Ning Beixian. What? He is at the Do Dan realm? When Tuoba Dong said this, everyone in the Cloud Mist restaurant looked at Ning Qi in shock. Many of them dropped their chopsticks without even realizing it. A look of astonishment flashed across the scholar of heaven and earth's face. He had also sensed the terrifying nomological aura just now. The shock in his heart would only be more than Tuoba Dong's, not less, because he had just been sitting at the same table as this person, a Do Dan realm expert. He looked so young. Zhongli Huatian stared blankly at Ning Qi, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Su Hengtao was shocked. This person was a Do Dan realm expert? Could it be that the dragon and the demon came from those places? He just smiled at me. Why would a Do Dan realm expert smile at me? Has he seen me before? That's impossible. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi in shock as doubt flashed in his heart. You still want to block my way? Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Dong and the other three with a faint smile. Senior, the four of us have offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Tuoba Dong took a deep breath and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. They were different from Scholar of Heaven and Earth. After all, they were outer sect disciples of the Greedy Wolf sect. In the Greedy Wolf sect, although there were not many Battle Dan realm experts, there were still around 100 of them. Among them, there were 13 late-stage Battle Dan realm experts. Hence, even if they knew that Ning Qi was a Do Dan realm expert, they would not be afraid because of this. They merely felt some fear. Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Dong and smiled. When he was about to leave, Tuoba Dong's voice suddenly sounded again. Senior, please leave your name. When my master comes, he might come to visit. Your teacher is Tuoba Shuang? Ning Qi suddenly turned around and asked. The expressions of Tuoba Dong and the others changed drastically. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the person in front of them was unfathomable. How did he know their master's name? Did he also come from that place? Teacher's mortal name is indeed Tuoba Kong. Tuoba Dong hurriedly nodded. Senior is acquainted with master? I've met him once. I've been waiting for him in the capital for 3 days. By the way, my name is Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled faintly. At this moment, his appearance had changed as he withdrew the 9 phases great art and returned to his original appearance. If he did not even dare to reveal his true identity when facing Tuoba Kong, then he would have already lost before the fight even started. Ning, North, Mystic, Walala, among the customers of Yunwu restaurant. Some of them were so shocked that they fell on their butts. Before this, they were still talking about Ning Qi shamelessly, and there was no lack of gloating words. Did that mean that Ning Qi had heard everything they said? Thinking of this, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Why is Ning Beixian still alive? He has actually broken through to the Do Dan realm. This news is too explosive. From the looks of it, the disappearance of the Cloud Rising sect is not as we imagined. Other than the dragon and the demon, who else can destroy a sect that possesses a Do Dan realm expert? It's him. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi in shock. His mouth was slightly open. He finally knew why Ning Qi had smiled at him just now. The 7th prince's expression was unsightly. His previous dealings with Ning Qi weren't pleasant. Later, when he witnessed Ning Qi's growth from a nobody to the point where he could suppress the 9 superclans, he secretly made up his mind to never meet Ning Qi face to face. In the end, Ning Qi, who everyone thought had been killed by the Book of Life and Death, appeared again, and he was still in Misty Tower. His cultivation had also changed drastically, and he had become a Do Dan realm expert. This guy is Ning Beixian. I've only heard of his name, but never seen him. Today, I can finally see his true appearance. Many of the princes were curious about Ning Qi and admired him at the same time. Their eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. Ning Beixian, this Do Dan realm expert is Ning Beixian? Zhongli Huayan's face was pale as he looked at Ning Qi. He was unwilling to believe what he had seen today. If Ning Qi was a Do Dan realm expert, then his hope of taking revenge would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The scholar of heaven and earth's body shook. The smile that had been hanging on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with fear and bewilderment. He did not expect that the person he had been looking for would appear in front of him in such a manner. How did he break through to the Do Dan realm in such a short period of time? The scholar of heaven and earth thought unwillingly. He had been at the peak of the Do-Di realm for more than 1,000 years, but he was still unable to break through to the Do Dan realm. A junior had now surpassed him. In an instant, his soul was greatly impacted. Ning Beixian, Do Dan realm. If I did not see it with my own eyes today, I would definitely not believe it. Su Hengtao looked at Ning Qi, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. He had heard this name countless times. If it was any other emperor, they would have already tried to recruit him. However, he did not do anything because he did not see Ning Qi as a threat, other than his identity as the emperor of the 9 prefectures. He was also an outer sect disciple of the greedy wolf sect. Long before the world changed, he had a good understanding of the realms above the Do-Di realm. Naturally, his vision was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. However, if he knew that Ning Qi would become a Do Dan realm expert, he would have wanted to befriend him even if he had to be thick-skinned. Ning Beixian? What a familiar name. Tuo Badong and the other 3 were deep in thought, following which their bodies trembled slightly and they looked at Ning Qi in shock. Could this be the guy that their master wanted them to pay special attention to? As long as there was news, they would immediately send a message back. Tuoba, she secretly crushed a jade scroll behind his back when no one was paying attention. It seems that Tuoba Dong has told you my name before. Oh, right, Ing Xiaojiu, Ho Jin, and Chen Ziqiang. How are the 3 of you? Ning Qi smiled. Ho Jin and Chen Ziqiang saw the change of the world with their own eyes and knew that Ning Qi had the celestial race's bloodline. If Tuoba Dong did not plan to report this news, the 3 of them would definitely be controlled by him once they returned to the greedy wolf sect. As expected, Tuoba Dong subconsciously said, the 3 of them had just returned to the sect and were punished to the back mountain for 20 years due to their incompetence. Oh, I got it. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Scholar of Heaven and Earth. Scholar of Heaven and Earth, you have always wanted to find me. Today I am standing here. If you have anything to say it in front of me. Scholar of Heaven and Earth? This young man was Scholar of Heaven and Earth? The customers of the Cloud Mist restaurant were shocked again. Su Hengtao and the others were also shocked as they looked at Scholar of Heaven and Earth and Zhongli Huatian. Chapter 973. Improved Dragon Slaying Bullet. Chapter 973. Improved Dragon Slaying Bullet. Misunderstanding? That's not what my subordinates said. They said you were searching for me in Dongxian like a madman. What's the reason for that? Are you trying to avenge this guy? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Zhongli Huatian. Zhongli Huatian wanted to meet Ning Qi's eyes bravely, but he realized that he couldn't. He lowered his head in a second. His men, as expected, the cloud-rising, sacred ground didn't disappear. The diner's eyes brightened. If my great-great-grandson offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart, Senior. When Scholar of Heaven and Earth said the word Senior, a hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes. After all, Ning Qi was much younger than him. He could even infer Ning Qi's age from the information. He sent people to search for Ning Qi in the Qin Tang Empire. However, in the end, he still said these 2 words. Regardless of how young the other party was, a Do Dan stage expert was a Do Dan stage expert. At this level, a Do-Di like him who had comprehended the power of one law was merely an ant-like existence. Fine. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. This time Ning Qi really left. Tuo Badong and the other 3 didn't dare to stop him. They could only watch Ning Qi disappear from the Yunwu restaurant. I didn't expect Ning Beixian, Senior Ning, to have broken through to the Doudan realm. Such a cultivation speed is too monstrous. Su Hengtao forced a smile and said when he saw that no one was talking, "Junior brother Su, I want to know everything about him since he was young. You should have information about him, right?" Tuo Badong said in a deep voice, "Yes. In fact, apart from what happened when he was young, most people in Dongxian basically know everything that happened after that." Su Hengtao nodded and said, "Divine Mystery Institution." Ning Qi didn't go through the main entrance, but directly landed in Old Man Jin's courtyard. He happened to see Manjulu walking out of Old Man Jin's room. "Brother Ning, you're back?" Manjulu's eyes brightened. Others thought that Ning Qi was dead, but Manjula didn't think so. Saint Jean knew where Ning Qi had gone and had hinted at him. "Brother Meng." Ning Qi smiled and went forward to hug him. "Your aura has become much thicker. Did you make a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Manjula looked at Ning Qi enviously. "Yes, I guess so." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. During these few years, Manjulu was already at the peak of the Dozun class. He was merely half a step away from the Doshun class. Back then, when he had just met Manjulu, he was merely a small Doling. Now he had already broken through the shackles of the Do D class, agglomerated a Dodan and advanced into the Dodan class. "Is Senior Jean inside?" Ning Qi laughed. "Good boy, you broke through again." Before Manjulu could answer, Old Man Jean had already appeared in front of them like a gust of wind. He looked Ning Qi up and down in surprise, and then let out a sigh of admiration. A small breakthrough. Ning Qi smiled modestly. "You should know that the scholar of heaven and earth has been looking for you, right? With your current strength, how big is the gap between you and him?" Golden Saint could not see through Ning Qi's current cultivation level. Compared to scholar heaven and earth? Did Master take the wrong medicine? With Brother Ning's talent, you should have just advanced to the Do D class. Manjulu secretly rolled his eyes. Scholar heaven and earth? Haha, I just saw him at the Misty Tower. Ning Qi laughed. From today onwards, he should not dare to find trouble with me, right? Unless he's crazy. What? Manjulu was slightly shocked. Did Ning Qi mean that he was already stronger than Scholar Heaven and Earth? Everyone knew that Scholar Heaven and Earth was the only expert who had condensed the power of laws. Even the 3 Dragon Emperors did not dare to oppose him. Where did Ning Qi get his confidence from? Have you already comprehended the power of laws? Old Man Jean thought deeper than Manjulu. Ever since Ning Qi gave him the bloodline of the 3-eyed race, he had a deeper understanding of Ning Qi's methods. Ning Qi was either bragging or had comprehended the power of laws. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Bragging? Based on his understanding of Ning Qi, he could basically rule it out. Then, there was only the second possibility. Thinking of this, Saint Jin's breathing became a little rough. If Ning Qi had comprehended the power of laws, at least on this continent after the Great Change, with his relationship with Ning Qi, it was equivalent to the Jiuzhou Empire gaining an incomparably powerful backer. Nowadays, Emperor Do was no longer valuable. Only the experts who had comprehended the power of laws had a certain say in this continent. Ning Qi only smiled. His eyes fell on a big tree in the small courtyard. With a light tap, the tree rapidly decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into a pile of powder. The law of wood. Manjula gasped when he saw the scene. If such a method was used on a human, what kind of terrifying effect would it have? The power of laws is indeed powerful. Do Qi cannot compare with it. Old Man Jean stared at the pile of dust and smiled bitterly. He could also smash the tree into powder, but it was completely incomparable to Ning Qi's method. Ning Qi's method was more hidden and sudden, making it impossible to guard against it. If he had been the one to point at, he would probably end up like the tree. Elder Jean, Have you made any progress in your research recently? Ning Qi smiled and changed the topic. Research. Dragon-slaying bullet? I have an idea. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough. If you can change the power of the dragon-slaying bullet into the power of laws, will its power increase a lot? Old man Jin's eyes lit up and he said in high spirits. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi greedily and said, for example, if the power of laws can be injected into the dragon-slaying bullet, the power produced will be unimaginable. Oh, Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He was very interested in Old Man Jin's suggestion. After that, Old Man Jin talked about his recent research in detail. The only problem was how to preserve the power of the laws after it left his body and prevent it from disappearing. Even if its power was reduced due to time, it was still acceptable. Ning Qi's cultivation was at the early stage of the Do Dan realm. The recovery speed of the power of laws was many times faster than Scholar of Heaven and Earth and the others. Although he only had one law of wood, with his recovery speed, it was not a problem for him to condense 100 laws of wood in a day. Chapter 974. Ning Beixian is here. Sigh, the biggest problem is that the quality of the materials we use to make the dragon-slaying bullets is too low. They can't retain the power of law. These materials are enough to make a heaven-class, top-grade combat weapon. The old man couldn't help but sigh after the experiment failed again. The quality of the materials. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he took out the earth-searching pill from his space bag. There was a faint power of law on it, as well as a trace of divine soul left behind after it was refined. Ning Qi casually wiped it, and the trace of divine soul disappeared without a trace. He knew that the owner of this item would sense it. But so what? Senior Jean, what do you think of it? Is it suitable? Ning Qi threw the pill to Saint Jean. Saint Jean took it and looked at it. His expression changed slightly, and he whispered, there is a trace of law on it. Is it in Dharma artifact? Yes, it is, but it's not of a high grade. It's trash among the low-grade Dharma artifacts. Ning Qi said calmly. This item only had one use, and that was to search. The moment he obtained it, Ning Qi could tell that it did not have any offensive capabilities. It was also not a defensive Do weapon. Its only use should be to use the special power of laws to search for a predetermined target. It was a support-type Dharma artifact that was useful for certain people, but not Ning Qi. It's not trash. As long as it's in Dharma artifact, it's not trash. The old man rolled his eyes at Ning Qi and touched the pill happily. At the same time, he used his divine soul to check its structure. Did you notice? The method of making a Dharma artifact is similar to a combat weapon, but there are some differences in the calculation. If we can solve this problem, we can attach the power of law to it and make our own Dharma artifact. The old man said while looking at the pill. Senior Jean, only you can solve this problem. After all, you have the bloodline of the three-eyed race. It shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Ning Qi smiled. The dragon-slaying mall was still in the process of upgrading. Otherwise, Ning Qi could just buy the method of making Dharma artifacts from there. He could only rely on Saint Jin's talent to solve the problem. There was a gap between Saint Jin's eyebrows. At this moment, the gap slowly opened and a ray of golden light shot out from his third eye, enveloping the pill. A moment later, Jin Sheng smiled and said, no problem. Give me 3 days, and I should be able to get some results. Then I'll leave it with Senior Jean for now. Ning Qi smiled faintly and emphasized the word, temporarily. Jin Sheng rolled his eyes. I know. Why would I covet your things? But when I know how to refine magic tools, you must cooperate with me to refine a few magic tools. Otherwise, we will be powerless against masters who have condensed the power of laws. Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Ning Beixian has reappeared. For the first time ever, the Book of Life and Death has failed. Ning Beixian has reached the Dan realm. When Ning Qi was in the Heavenly Secret Academy, the news of him had already spread in all directions with the capital city as the center. Like a plague, everyone rushed towards the capital city after hearing this heavyweight news. They all wanted to see what a Do-Dan realm expert was like. Our Dongshin has a Do-Dan realm expert too. If anyone dares to bully our cultivators in the future, they will have to think twice before doing so. A few cultivators gathered on the streets of the capital city and discussed excitedly. You don't know this, but I received news that the 3 Dragon Emperors are coming together to deal with Senior Ning. Is that true? Of course it's true. Other than the 3 Dragon Emperors, even Scholar of Heaven and Earth calls Senior Ning Senior. My friend saw it with his own eyes at the Yunwu Tower. TSK wasn't Scholar of Heaven and Earth looking for Senior Ning like a madman? Is he scared now? Wouldn't you be scared if you were him? A Do-Dan realm experts, every move is filled with the power of laws. Not even 100 Scholar of Heaven and Earth will be Senior Ning's match. However, there is another piece of news that you guys definitely don't know. Our Jojo Emperor is actually an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. Other than Scholar of Heaven and Earth, there are 4 other people in the Yunwu Tower who are at the same level as him. They are all Peak Emperor Do, who have condensed the power of laws. A cultivator said mysteriously. Hiss, everyone gasped. The Jojo Emperor is an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect? Where did this Greedy Wolf sect come from? Right now, other than Ning Qi, the Greedy Wolf sect had become the second biggest topic of discussion in the capital city. As for what the Yunwu Tower lost, no one cared. Wu Imperial Mansion. Lord Wu and a beautiful middle-aged woman stared at each other. After a while, the middle-aged woman said in a low voice, I was indeed in the wrong in this matter. However, the assassins we sent out didn't even harm a single hair on his head. He shouldn't remember this matter, right? Wu Imperial Lord smiled bitterly. I heard that Ning Beixian is a person who holds grudges. We have sent assassins to kill him and Dongfang Haojie time and time again. How can he not remember this? I only hope that his horizons have widened and he doesn't care about us anymore. Fortunately, Ling Feng has gone to the dragon field and won't be back for a while. The beautiful middle-aged woman said in a low voice. Oh no, Prince! Ning, Ning, Ning. A servant ran in a panic. He was panting and couldn't even finish his sentence. However, when Wu Imperial Lord and the beautiful middle-aged woman heard the word Ning, they felt a sense of unease. Slap! The beautiful middle-aged woman moved and slapped the servant's face. She shouted coldly, Speak properly! Yes, First Madam. Ning Beixian is here. He is now outside the courtyard. A few elders have brought people to stop him. Quickly go and have a look. The servant covered his face and said in a low voice, Ning Beixian really came. A trace of panic flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes. She looked at Wu Imperial Lord and asked, Master, what should we do? Don't panic. It's a blessing, not a curse. Let's go and have a look together. Wu Imperial Lord said with a sullen face. At this moment, an uninvited guest had arrived in the heavily guarded Wu Imperial Mansion. All the experts of the Wu Imperial Mansion stood in front of the uninvited guest with a frightened expression. Senior Ning, may I know why you have come to the Wu Imperial Mansion? The first elder of the Wu Imperial Mansion, a 6-star Do Zun cultivator, cupped his hands together and asked Ning Qi. Everyone noticed that his hands seemed to be trembling unconsciously. Nothing much. I just wanted to come and have a look. Where is your prince? Why hasn't he come out yet? Ning Qi smiled and said, His Highness will be here soon. Please wait a moment, the first elder said in a low voice. Chapter 975. The worst that could happen. Ning Qi smiled and casually walked to the stone pavilion to the side and sat down. His movement caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Their eyes followed Ning Qi. Some were curious, some were frightened, and some had a trace of worship in their eyes. The elders didn't dare to sit with Ning Qi. They could only stand outside the pavilion and stand guard like eunuchs. This atmosphere didn't last long. When Lord Wu and the First Madam appeared, everyone felt relieved. Their backbone had arrived. "Senior Ning, it's been a few years. You are still as elegant as ever." Lord Wu walked into the stone pavilion and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. The First Madam stood beside him with a smile on her face. She looked at Ning Qi without any change in her expression. If Ning Qi hadn't heard from Zhou Lu and Ning that the First Madam was the one who insisted on asking the White Emperor Pavilion to kill him and Dongfang Haojie, he wouldn't have believed that the middle-aged beauty had such a deep, killing intent towards him. "Lord Wu, I don't deserve to be called senior," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "Not at all. Who doesn't know that Senior Ning is an expert in the Dan realm? Even the scholar of heaven and earth has to call you senior. How could I dare to overstep my boundaries?" Lord Wu laughed dryly, seeing that Ning Qi only smiled without replying. A trace of worry flashed across the martial lord's eyes. He swept a glance at the First Madam and whispered to Ning Qi, "Senior Ning, why have you come to my residence today?" "What's the matter? Lord Wu, you should know, right?" Ning Qi cast a sidelong glance at King Wu and chuckled. A hint of hesitation appeared in the martial king's eyes. Suddenly, he did something that shocked everyone in the martial king manner. With a plop, the martial king knelt before Ning Qi. He looked at Ning Qi with sincerity and said, "I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai before and offended you in many ways. Please forgive me, Senior Ning. If there is any punishment, I will take it all. Please spare the thousands of people in my manor." "Father," when the children of Wu Wangya saw this scene, they were shocked and terrified. Could it be that the other party came here to annihilate the entire clan? Thinking of this, they all ran out and knelt in front of Ning Qi. The eldest madam hesitated for a moment. Then she clenched her teeth and knelt down beside the martial lord. She said in a low voice, "I ask Senior Ning to forgive me." At this moment, when the elders, servants, and guards saw their masters kneeling, how could they not kneel? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were kneeling in front of Ning Qi. From time to time, when people rushed over and saw this scene, they also knelt on the ground. A real man can stand tall and bend, worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. Could it be that you think I came to your martial imperial manor today to kill all of you? I, Ning Beixian, am not a demon who likes to kill. Ning Qi glanced at everyone and chuckled. When Lord Wu heard this, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible hint of joy. He raised his head and said, "Senior Ning, does this mean you've forgiven me? Whether or not I forgive you is actually up to you." Ning Qi looked at the martial lord for a moment and then said calmly, he had come here today to resolve this matter. If the other party had wanted to kill him as soon as they met, Ning Qi would not have shown any mercy. However, the other party's attitude of admitting his guilt had softened Ning Qi's heart slightly. Hence, he decided to let the other party make the decision. "Up to us? Oh, I understand now. I swear that I will never be Senior Ning's enemy in the future. If I break this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me." The martial lord was stunned at first, but then he reacted and quickly pointed to the sky and swore. If swearing was useful, pigs would also know how to climb trees. Ning Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then he beckoned at the beautiful woman kneeling beside the martial lord. When everyone saw this, their bodies trembled slightly and they looked at Ning Qi in shock. Could this person be planning to? Thinking of this, the martial lord's children all revealed expressions of humiliation. They clenched their fists and wanted nothing more than to tear Ning Qi to pieces. The middle-aged woman looked at Ning Qi in surprise, then looked at the martial lord. In the end, she bit her lips and moved towards Ning Qi, looking up at him pitifully. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi was going to do something worse than a beast, Ning Qi only gently touched her lips. A drop of truth serum slid directly into the middle-aged woman's mouth. Then Ning Qi flicked his finger and another drop of truth serum flew into the martial lord's mouth. Both of their expressions gradually became sluggish. Seeing that Ning Qi did not do what everyone had guessed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked at Ning Qi in confusion. Only a few people suddenly thought of something, and their expressions changed slightly. Back then, Ning Qi had resolved a scandal of bullying his sister-in-law in the Divine Dragon Marquis's residence. This matter had also spread throughout the capital, and many people knew the details. At this moment, some people had guessed what was going on between the martial lord and the first madam. Let me ask you, will you still send people to kill me in the future? Ning Qi looked at the martial lord and said indifferently, No. The martial lord said with a dull expression. When everyone heard this, their tense hearts immediately relaxed. Very good. Ning Qi smiled. It seemed that his previous oath was sincere. Then he looked at the middle-aged woman. Will you send people to kill me in the future? Yes. The middle-aged woman said with a dull expression. When the people of the martial lord heard this, their expressions changed greatly. They looked at the middle-aged woman with disheartened hearts. Ning Qi smiled. He was not surprised by this answer. He said with a smile, I am in the Battle Dan realm. How are you going to kill me? Poison. Hire someone to assassinate, find a dragon, a demon, 8 sects for great families. As long as I can kill you, I can accept any price. The middle-aged woman said in a dull voice, Do you really hate me that much? Ning Qi smiled. I hate you to the bone. It was you and that little bastard Dongfang Hao Jia who crippled my son's cultivation. If my son had not become the disciple of a master in the dragon territory, he would have become a cripple. When my son breaks through to the Battle Dan realm, I will let him personally kill you. When the middle-aged woman said this, there was some struggle on her face. Ning Qi knew that the effect of the truth serum was about to end. A few breaths later, the bodies of the martial lord and the middle-aged woman shook as they looked at Ning Qi in shock. You should be clear about what you have just said in your hearts, right? Ning Qi smiled and said. The middle-aged woman's face revealed a trace of despair. The martial lord glanced at her and sighed. Madam, you are really muddle-headed. The next moment he suddenly attacked, a palm aimed at Ning Qi's heart. This was because he knew that Ning Qi would not let the matter rest today. You are indeed an ambitious person, decisive and ruthless. Ning Qi praised again. He allowed the other party's palm to strike his heart. His body did not even move from the full-force attack of a Peak Do Zun. Is the Battle Dan realm someone you can kill? The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Ning Qi looked mockingly at the martial lord. Chapter 976. It doesn't matter who comes seeing that Lord Wu's sneak attack was futile and Ning Beixian didn't even move an inch. Everyone in the Wu Imperial Mansion was in a state of panic. Ning Beixian, I am Lord Wu of the 9 States Empire. Although my cultivation is not as high as yours, if you kill me, you will become the enemy of the 9 States Empire. Lord Wu said calmly, Does the 9 States Empire have a Battle Dan realm warrior? Ning Qi smiled. No. Lord Wu's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Then why do you think that Su Hingtao would dare to become my enemy because of you? Ning Qi smiled. Lord, there is no need to talk to him. Ling Feng's master in Dragon's Field is also a Battle Dan realm warrior. If he dares to touch us today, Ling Feng will avenge us. The middle-aged beauty suddenly spoke. She looked at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred in her eyes. Wu Lingfeng went to Dragon's Field again? There are Battle Dan realm warriors in Dragon's Field? Ning Qi was a little surprised. What, are you afraid? So what if you are an early-stage Battle Dan realm warrior? There are strong and weak Battle Dan realm warriors too. I'm afraid you are the weakest one. The middle-aged woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hee, so what? Aren't you forcing me to attack you? Ning Chi smiled. Would you not attack us if I didn't say that? The middle-aged woman sneered. Madam, say no more. Lord Wu sighed and cupped his hands at Ning Chi. Ning Beixian, I admit defeat today. Before he could finish his words, several figures shot through the air. The martial king's eyes flashed with a hint of hope. When he learned that Ning Chi had come knocking, he had already sent his subordinates to inform Su Hengtao. He knew that this was his last chance. Is it Ning Beixian? When Su Hengtao saw Ning Chi, his face revealed a trace of surprise. The subordinate sent by the martial king only said that a powerful enemy had come to collect a debt and that his life was in danger, but he didn't say that it was Ning Beixian. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Tuo Badong and the other three who came with him were also slightly startled when they saw Ning Chi. Great Emperor, Lord Wu bowed to Su Hengtao. Emperor, this brat wants to kill us. We ask the great emperor to uphold justice for our martial imperial manor. When the middle-aged woman saw Su Hengtao, she was very excited. A hint of hesitation flashed through Su Hengtao's eyes. Then he landed in front of everyone, cupped his hands towards Ning Chi, and said, Senior Ning, how did the martial imperial manor offend you? You want to stand up for him? Ning Chi said lightly. I wouldn't dare to step forward. But the two of them are my kin after all. If Senior wants to make a move, please give me a reason. Su Hengtao whispered. The people of the martial imperial manor had never seen the emperor of the 9 prefectures act so submissively. In their hearts, they had a better understanding of the might of a Do Dan expert. Quite a number of people were fantasizing that if they could break through to the Do Dan realm one day, this lifetime would not be in vain. The two of them hired assassins to kill me time and time again. They even hired the White Emperor Tower to kill me. Tell me, should I kill them? Ning Chi smiled. When Su Hengtao heard this, he knew that there was no way to be kind today. He could only look at Tuo Badong and the others as if asking for help. Tuo Badong sighed in his heart. No matter what, Su Hengtao was an outer sect, disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. His clansmen were inextricably linked to the Greedy Wolf sect. If he could save them, he would. Thinking of this, Tuo Badong slightly cupped his hands and said, Senior, the Greedy Wolf sect will be the peacemaker and spare them the death penalty. As for punishment, you can punish them however you want. How about it? The people of the martial imperial manor immediately revealed a look of surprise. They didn't expect the emperor to ask the cultivators of the Greedy Wolf sect to plead for them. They would not die today. Joy flashed in the eyes of the martial imperial manor and the middle-aged woman. They were slightly relieved in their hearts. What kind of sect was the Greedy Wolf sect? It was certainly an existence that was not weaker than the dragon and the demon. An early-stage Do Dan expert could only be an outer sect elder, and there must be an even stronger existence behind him. According to their thinking, even if Ning Chi ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he would not dare to offend the Greedy Wolf sect for them. Your Greedy Wolf sect is meddling in this kind of business. Ning Chi glanced at Tuo Badong. Su Hengtao is an outer sect, disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. His clansmen are naturally protected by the Greedy Wolf sect. Since we have encountered this matter today, we have no choice but to intervene. Tuo Badong sighed. You are not qualified to intervene in this matter. Ning Chi said indifferently. My master has already arrived at Dongxian and will arrive today. Does he have the qualifications? Tuo Badong's expression turned cold. No wonder you dare to intervene today. It turns out that your backer is coming. Ning Chi chuckled. The expressions of Tuo Badong and the other 3 changed slightly. What Ning Chi said was right. If it was 3 days ago, they would really not dare to intervene in this matter. However, their master was about to arrive today. With their master's methods, a mere existence that had just stepped into the initial stage of the Do Dan realm was not worthy of his attention. Moreover, There was a message from the other side saying that senior brother Wenrin and their master were coming together. That meant 2 early-stage Dan experts. However, it doesn't matter who comes if I, Ning Beixian, want to kill someone. After Ning Qi said this, everyone was shocked. They could only see a powerful force of law surging out from his body. The King Wu and the middle-aged woman, who were the closest to him, still had a hint of shock on their faces. In the next moment, their bodies instantly decayed. With a gentle breeze, they turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. Su Hengtao's face revealed a trace of anger. Father! The sons and daughters of King Wu roared in grief. Then they looked at Ning Qi with hatred, as if they wanted to use their eyes to cut him into pieces. You really don't give any face to the greedy wolf sect. Tuo Badong said coldly. He originally thought that Ning Qi would stop after killing the 2 of them. In the end, the power of law didn't stop and directly engulfed the hundreds of people present. Su Hengtao, Tuo Badong, and the others watched in shock as these people turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. The courtyard looked like it was covered with a thin layer of plaster powder. Su Hengtao was shocked and angry. He didn't dare to act up on the spot and could only slowly lower his head. Ning Qi glanced at them with a faint smile and walked out of the martial imperial mansion with his hands behind his back. 4 senior brothers. Seeing Ning Qi leave, Su Hengtao hurriedly looked at Tuo Badong and the others. Junior brother Su, Master will give you an explanation for this matter. Tuo Badong said coldly, Thank you for senior brothers. Su Hengtao gritted his teeth and nodded. Did you hear? Senior Ning went to the martial imperial mansion. The martial imperial couple and their children all died at his hands. There were several hundred people in the mansion, and besides those outside, none of them survived. TSK, who asked King Wu to hire an assassin to kill Senior Ning. This is retribution. Those guys who offended Senior Ning won't be able to sleep. Chu Xian and the others surrounded Zhu Qin as they walked on the streets of the capital. Their ears kept hearing information about Ning Qi, and their faces were pale. Chu Xian, Senior Ning, is that Ning Beixian? Chapter 977. Apprenticeship, it should be him. Chu Xian was also a little uncertain. She casually pulled a passerby over and asked. After learning that Senior Ning was indeed referring to Ning Qi, her face became even paler. Dodan realm? Has Ning Beixian reached the Dodan realm? Dongfang Lingdong and the rest looked at each other in shock. Interesting. To think that Dongxian could produce such an expert. Where is he now? I want to pay him a visit. A hint of joy flashed in Zhu Chen's eyes. Young Master Zhu Chen, are you going to visit him? When Chu Xian and the others heard this, their faces did not look too good. Zhu Chen was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. I remember now. I heard that you guys are related to him. I heard that the ancestral patriarch of your race was suppressed by Ning Beixian. It doesn't matter. The world has changed and the situation of the continent is different from before. As long as he knows that I'm a disciple of the Zhu family, he will definitely show me some respect. By then, I can even help you ask about the whereabouts of your family's ancestor. Dongfang Lingdong. Go ask around and see where Ning Beixian is. Dongfang Lingdong nodded and walked towards a few cultivators on the street. Everyone was a little anxious. Zhu Qin was obviously trying to recruit Ning Qi. If Ning Qi also joined the Zhu clan, then the 9 super clans would lose even more of their status. Mr. Zhu Qin, if you are able to recruit an initial stage Dan expert for our Zhu family, the family head will definitely reward you handsomely. 2 muscular men stood beside Zhu Qin. They were the demonic beast guards sent by Zhu Chen's elder brother. Along the way, Chu Xian and the rest were rather fearful of these 2 men. Before the world changed, such existences were top-notch demonic beast emperors. Not to mention them, even the patriarchs of their clans weren't qualified to talk to them. Yet, Such an existence had been arranged to be a guard beside a mere one-star Dozun like Zhu Qin. From this, one could tell just how strong the Zhu clan was. Hui, you don't have to tell me. I know, Zhu Qin said indifferently. It's Hui's fault for talking too much. The burly man grinned. Hu'er looked at Zhu Chen with disdain in his eyes. If Zhu Qin did not possess the bloodline of the Zhu family, why would he, a peak 10th rank demon beast that had condensed laws, be sent to such a remote and desolate place? If I was still in the clan, I might have the opportunity to obtain the qualification to enter that divine object. It is filled with the law of lightning. If I could comprehend one or two of them, I reckon that I would be able to break through to the Dodan realm. Hu'er thought with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, the cloud-rising sect has some properties in the capital. Ning Beixian lives in one of them. Dongfang Lingdong walked quickly to Zhu Chen's side and whispered, "Let's go." Zhu Chen smiled. In a small courtyard, because no one had cleaned the place for a long time, it was covered in dust and spiderwebs. Ning Qi gently waved his hand, and the ice laws instantly swept out, enveloping everything in the small courtyard. After a breath of time, the dust and spiderwebs were all frozen into powder. As for the tables and chairs below, they were not damaged at all. In just a few moments, the small courtyard had become completely new. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Ning Qi looked up and grabbed at the air. The door opened automatically. The 13th prince, who was standing at the door, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Behind him was a group of young men and women whose faces had also changed drastically. There were more than 20 of them, and many of them were familiar faces. Senior Ning, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit this time." The 13th prince didn't dare to come in. He just stood at the door and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. "13th prince, please come in." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Ning." The 13th prince's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly walked in. The group of young men and women behind him were relieved. They were right to ask the 13th prince for help. After knowing that Ning Qi had reappeared in the pugilistic world and had reached the Dodan realm, the young men and women were itching to visit Ning Qi. However, there weren't many people in the capital who had a good relationship with Ning Qi. They couldn't ask the Golden Sage of the Heaven Secret Institute. The third-rank eunuch, Dongfang Haojie, wasn't in the capital. They heard that Ning Qi had smiled at the 13th prince at the Yunwu restaurant, so they wanted to ask the 13th prince for a visit. Even if Ning Qi didn't want to meet them, he wouldn't blame them. The 13th prince already had this plan, so he went with the flow. Reality proved that they were right. Everyone sat down in the living room. Ning Qi sat at the main seat and smiled at everyone. "I'm the only one here, so I can't serve you any tea. Please don't mind me." Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts, and they were extremely shocked. Wasn't Ning Beixian extremely arrogant? He had just killed a few hundred people from the martial imperial mansion, but he didn't seem to be arrogant at all. "Senior Ning, you must be joking." The 13th prince quickly cupped his hands. "I'm already being rude by coming here. How would I dare to drink tea? 13th prince, we haven't seen each other for a few years after that battle, right?" Ning Qi smiled and said. A hint of nostalgia appeared in the 13th prince's eyes. "Indeed, it's been more than 5 years. In that battle, I had a great time beating you. You also didn't use your status as a prince to suppress me. So, if you have any requests, you can make one. As long as I, Ning, can accomplish it, I will help you." Ning Qi smiled. Everyone looked at the 13th prince with envy and jealousy. A hint of surprise flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. He asked subconsciously, "Senior Ning, are you serious?" After saying this, he knew that his words were a bit rude. Just as he was thinking about how to remedy it, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Of course it's true." "Then, Senior Ning, can I be your disciple?" The 13th prince asked carefully, "You want to be my disciple?" The corner of Ning Chi's lips curled up slightly. Dongfang Haojia and I are from the same generation. If you become my disciple, you will have to call this third-rank eunuch martial uncle when you see him in the future. It's fine. If Senior Ning is willing to take me as his disciple, I can call him martial uncle 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times. The 13th prince knelt down in front of Ning Chi without hesitation. Kowtow 9 times, and you'll be my disciple. Ning Chi smiled faintly. The 13th prince was overjoyed. He kowtowed 9 times, creating a small hole in the ground in front of him. The youths that came with the 13th prince were filled with jealousy. They were just about to say something when a loud laugh came from outside. Is Ning Beixian inside? I'm Zhu Qin from the Zhu family. I'm here to visit. Zhu family? The Zhu family of the 4 big families? Everyone's expression turned cold when they heard this. Chapter 978. Chapter 978. Recruitment. A group of people escorted Zhu Qin into the guest hall. When Chu Xian and the rest saw Ning Beixian sitting at the head of the table, their expressions changed. Are you Ning Beixian? Zhu Chen smiled and cupped his hands together. As for the 13th prince and the rest, he didn't even look at them. Hu Yi and Hu Er followed closely behind Zhu Qin and stared at Ning Chi cautiously. Did I allow you to come in? Ning Chi said indifferently. When the crowd heard this, a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Those who felt that Ning Chi did not put on any airs at all felt a storm in their hearts. As expected of Ning Beixian, he's still so arrogant, or has he never heard of the Zhu clan? How dare you? Who's your master? Which sect are you from? Do you know the identity of the person you're talking to? Hu Yi shouted angrily. Ning Beixian, it's not strange that you haven't heard of the Zhu clan. 1 dragon, 1 demon, 9 palaces, and 8 sects for major clans. The Zhu clan is one of the 4 major clans. Zhu Qin smiled. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes as he waited for Ning Chi's apology. Just when everyone thought that Ning Chi's attitude towards Zhu Qin would change instantly, Ning Chi remained seated and didn't move at all. He only lifted his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, "Get out." Zhu Chen's expression changed slightly as he forced a smile. "What did you just say? Deaf? I asked you to get out." Ning Chi said indifferently. "Young Master Zhu Qin, this person is so arrogant. We should get out first. He won't give face to anyone when he goes crazy." A young man standing behind Zhu Qin said softly. He was a disciple of the Tuoba clan. "Looks like the Zhu clan won't be able to recruit Ning Chi." Haha. The eyes of Dongfang Lingdong and the rest flickered with a hint of joy that was hard to detect. "You're Ning Beixian? I heard that you've broken through to the Dan battle realm. Do you know how many people like you there are in the Zhu clan?" Zhu Qin inhaled a deep breath of air. His gaze met Ning Chi's. Although there was a trace of anger in his heart, a Do Dan realm expert was worth him putting down his status to recruit. After all, he was only considered a branch member of the Zhu clan. There were only 3 patriarchs in his branch who were initial stage battle Dan realm experts. There wasn't even a middle stage battle Dan realm expert. If he could recruit a battle Dan realm expert back, his contribution would be enough to exchange for the qualification to enter the divine object several times. Oh, how many people like me are there in the Zhu family? Ning Chi smiled. It would be good if he could use this opportunity to understand more about the Zhu family. When Zhu Qin saw this, his face revealed a trace of arrogance. He said indifferently, "My Zhu clan, as the #1 clan in the Shangwu mainland, has no less than 30 initial stage Do Dan realm experts and 4 intermediate stage Do Dan realm experts. My Zhu clan also has a reclusive ancestor who has lived for over 30,000 years and is already a late-stage Do Dan realm expert." Hiss! When everyone heard this, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Even Chu Xian and the rest were the same. Although they had submitted to the Zhou clan, they did not have a detailed understanding of the Zhou clan's strength. Now that Zhu Qin had mentioned it, it was enough to shock everyone. There were actually as many as 30 initial stage Do Dan realm experts. There were even 4 intermediate stage experts and a late stage Do Dan realm patriarch. 30,000 years old. What kind of concept was this? The inheritance of the 9 great clans was merely tens of thousands of years old. Everyone knew that the upper limit of a Dodi's lifespan was over 4,000 years old. This was already considered immortal in the human clan. The human clan who possessed a special ancient demon clan bloodline would have a slightly longer lifespan. However, until now, no one in Dongxian land had ever lived for 10,000 years. 30,000 years was really an unimaginable number. It was likely that if the Zhou clan used 10% of their strength, they would be able to sweep through the 4 lands. How about it? Are you interested in my Zhou clan? Zhu Chen smiled faintly as he looked at Ningqi. He believed that a mere Do Dan realm expert from a remote village would not be able to reject his temptation. The Zhou clan wants to recruit Ningqi. Only then did everyone react as they looked at Zhu Qin in surprise. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your Zhou clan. You may leave. Ningqi waved his hand and said. Zhu Chen's face instantly turned cold. He had said so much and pointed out the Zhou clan's strength. However, the other party still had such an attitude. It was obvious that he was looking down on him, as expected of Ning Beixian who doesn't go mad. The group of aristocrats who came with the 13th prince suddenly recalled the battle between Ningqi and the 13th prince. After the battle, Ningqi was given a nickname, the Crazy Demon Blade Emperor. This nickname did not spread for long as Ningqi made one breakthrough after another and was forgotten by everyone. However, they felt that this nickname was the most suitable for Ningqi. Ning Beixian, are you looking down on my Zhou clan? Zhu Qin said coldly. Can you represent the Zhou clan? You came uninvited and don't know any manners. If everyone in your Zhou clan is like you, then I will indeed look down on your Zhou clan. Ningqi said faintly. It's over. He is going to form a grudge with the Zhou clan. Fortunately, I did not take him as my master. The 13th prince is in trouble. As Ning Beixuan's disciple, he will not be able to escape if the Zhou clan attacks. Many people had a look of relief in their eyes. How dare you? A mere initial stage Do Dan realm cultivator dares to speak such nonsense? Hu Yi and Hu Er's eyes were filled with anger. The 2 of you are shape-shifted demonic beasts, yet you are willing to be this kid's guards. What right do you have to speak to me? Get lost. Ningqi's eyes turned cold as he gently waved his hand. A mighty power of law directly bombarded the 2 of them. The 2 of them only had time to let out a scream before they were sent flying. They smashed the courtyard door and rolled miserably on the street. What happened here? That seems to be Senior Ning's residence. Are they here to look for trouble? The passers-by on the street curiously gathered around. Ning Beixian, you will regret it if you don't give me any face. Zhu Chen looked at Ningqi coldly and said while gritting his teeth. Chu Xian and the rest were secretly delighted. At this point, it was impossible for Ningqi to be recruited by the Zhou clan. In no time, his actions today would reach the ears of the Zhou clan. At that time, there would naturally be an expert who would come forward to resolve this matter. After Zhu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. His face did not reveal any fear, but his heart had already started to tremble. This kind of Do Dan realm cultivator who disregarded his Zhou clan was the truly terrifying one. If he were to go crazy and kill him, he would not know how the Zhou clan would seek revenge in the future. We will also take our leave. Chapter 979. Goodbye. To Obain at the same time, 2 figures arrived in front of the Yunwuin. Su Hingtao, scholar of heaven and earth, to Obadong, and Dingling had been waiting for a long time. They immediately went up to greet the two figures. "Greetings, Master," senior brother Wenrin. Tuoba nodded. "I've received your message." Beside Tuoba Huan stood a handsome young man. His gaze fell directly on Ding Ling. Ding Ling's expression was a little excited, and her cheeks were flushed. "It's been hard on you all these years." When Ran Mua smiled at Ding Ling, "No, it's nothing." Ding Ling said softly, "I'll take you to the Greedy Wolf sect when this is over." When Ran Mua smiled, Ding Ling was extremely excited. However, she suddenly remembered that the earth-searching pill had been stolen. Her expression turned gloomy. "Young Master Wenrin, the earth-searching pill you gave me was stolen. Don't worry. I'll take care of this myself. Whoever stole the pill will pay the price." Wenran Mua smiled. "Where is Ning Beixian now?" Tuoba glanced at Wenran Mua and Ding Ling before asking Tuoba Dong and the others. "Master, I'll take you to him." Tuoba Dong's lips curled. Su Hongtao clenched his fists. With Tuoba Yin's help, Ning Beixian wouldn't be able to escape no matter how arrogant he was. "I've offended the Zhu clan. I'll give you another chance. It's still not too late if you leave now." Ning Qi looked at the 13th prince and smiled. The 13th prince said with determination, "Since I've become Master's disciple, I'll naturally share honor and disgrace. What's there to be afraid of even facing the Zhu clan?" "Not bad. I didn't misjudge you. I knew you were different from your father's brothers. Don't worry, Zhu Chen's cultivation isn't high, and he was sent to Dongxian. I'm afraid his status in the Zhu clan isn't high either. As long as the Zhu clan isn't stupid, they won't make me their enemy just because of a bastard." Ning Qi chuckled. "Master is wise." The 13th prince came to a realization and was even more impressed by Ning Qi. "What's your common name?" Ning Qi asked. "Su Hongwen," the 13th prince said. At this moment, the crowd that had originally left suddenly returned the way they came. Ning Qi frowned and looked up, only to see a familiar face strolling in with Tuoba Dong and the others. Zhu Qin and the others also followed by the side. "Father?" When Su Hongwen saw Su Hengtao, his expression became somewhat unnatural. "What are you doing here?" Su Hengtao slightly frowned. After glancing at Tuoba Shun, he glared at Su Hongwen. "Your son has already taken Senior Ning as my master," Su Hongwen whispered. "What?" Su Hengtao jumped in fright and then flew into a rage. "How could you acknowledge him as your master? Hurry up and get over here." If it was any other time, not only would Su Hengtao not be angry, he would instead be a little happy. If his son could acknowledge a Do Dan realm expert as his master, his future would naturally be bright. However, the situation was different now. Tuoba Shun and Wenren Miwa were both present. If they saw his son acknowledging him as his master, who knew what they would think? Su Hongwen was slightly startled. He thought that Su Hengtao had developed a prejudice against Ning Qi because of the incident at the Imperial Wu Mansion. However, in his opinion, the Imperial Wu Mansion was just a distant branch of the Su family. In terms of seniority, they were countless generations apart. His father shouldn't stop him from acknowledging Ning Qi as his master because of this, right? "Father, this is what happened," Su Hongwen opened his mouth to explain. Su Hengtao shouted and interrupted Su Hongwen. "If you don't come over today, I will sever all ties with you. In the future, you will have nothing to do with the Su family." Many people had gloating looks in their eyes. Su Hongwen was slightly startled and then shook his head. "Fine. I have no interest in the throne. If I don't want to be a prince, then so be it." His attitude was extremely firm, and it instantly shocked everyone. "You unfilial son." Su Hengtao was furious. "All right, back off." Tuoba Xuan glanced at him impatiently. Seeing this, Su Hengtao was slightly startled and quickly shut his mouth. Then, Tuoba Xuan smiled and looked at Ning Qi. "We haven't seen each other for more than a year. I didn't expect you to have already reached the Pill Battle Realm. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, Ning Qi's terrifying cultivation speed was definitely because of the celestial tribe's bloodline. If he could snatch this bloodline from Ning Qi, then he would also have the chance to become a peak expert in the advanced pill battle realm. He might even have a chance to break through to the eternal life realm. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Ning Qi became even more fiery. I didn't expect there to be so many pill battle realm experts hidden in Dongxian. Zhu Qin, who was standing at the side, had a trace of contemplation in his eyes. At the door, he had met Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Muyue. After Hu Yi and Hu Er's reminder, he knew that these two were also pill battle realm experts. Naturally, he wanted to recruit them. When he mentioned the Zhu family's name, the two's reaction was different from Ning Beishuan's. Not only did they invite him to stay in the capital for a few days, but they also revealed that they were willing to cooperate with the Zhu family. Are you surprised? Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Xuan with a faint smile. His eyes collided with Wenren Muyue's in the air. Wenren Muyue's eyes carried a trace of scrutiny. With just a glance, Ning Qi could determine the strength of Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Muyue. Tuoba Xuan's aura was not too strong. It was much weaker than people like Wu Guorong. Ning Qi estimated that he had only condensed over 100 laws. As for Wenren Muyue, her aura was even weaker than Tuoba Xuan's. If I attack with all my strength, it won't be a problem to kill these two. Ning Qi said in his heart, surprised. A trace of coldness flashed in Tuoba Xuan's eyes. To be honest, he was not surprised at all. Back when Ning Qi's body changed, it had stimulated some of the will left by that person. Tuoba Xuan knew that it would not be too difficult for Ning Qi to break through to the pill battle realm. After all, that person was in existence that far surpassed the pill battle realm. Even eternal life realm experts were like ants in front of him. If I give this kid a few more years, he might even break through to the middle stage of the pill battle realm or even the late stage of the pill battle realm. I have to take this opportunity to take him down. If he breaks through, I can only hand over the benefits in front of me and let those old guys in the sect eat him up. Tuoba Xuan thought in his heart. Did you steal the Yunwu Tower's Book of Life and Death? Wenren Muyue suddenly asked. Dingling, who was beside her, stared at Ning Qi. The number of onlookers kept increasing. After the major powers received the news, they all rushed over. Currently, although there were only 50 to 60 people standing in Ning Qi's courtyard, there are thousands of pairs of eyes staring at the situation outside. Hearing Wenren Muyue's words, they were slightly shocked. Chapter 980. Why don't you come and get it? The rumored Book of Life and Death was stolen by him? As expected, it's a magic weapon, and it's related to those two. Zhu Chen's eyes lit up as he glanced at Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Muyue. Ning Qi won't be able to fool around this time. I heard that those two are Battle Dan powerhouses from the Greedy Wolf sect. One of them is the owner of the Book of Life and Death. Is that true? About 80% to 90%. Sister, we're worrying for nothing. He might have made a comeback and become a Battle Dan cultivator, but he has offended too many people. He'll definitely end up in a miserable state. Heishui Ao Long looked at Ning Qi mockingly and said in a low voice. Heishui Yunshi was standing beside him. She looked at Ning Qi calmly and transmitted her voice to him. Not necessarily. The outcome might not be what you think until the end. Then let's wait and see. Heishui Ao Long curled his lips. Greedy Wolf sect? I didn't expect the 9 States Empire to have such a sect with a Battle Dan cultivator. The 13th prince has gone overboard today. No matter how strong Ning Beishan is, it's impossible for him to defeat 2 Battle Dan cultivators at the same time, right? Mu Bai whispered to Mu Jun, or behind King Mu. It's hard to say. Mu Jun shook her head. They might be able to hear your voice transmission. Don't speak. Yes. Mu Bai was shocked and nodded. In the distance, many people from the Marquis mansion had arrived. Duan Juntian and his brothers were among them. They were more concerned about Ning Qi. Lingmei, I heard that you're friends with Senior Ning. Is that true? A lady from the Duan clan asked Duan Lingmei, who was standing next to her. Duan Lingmei was slightly stunned. She nodded and shook her head. She did not know how to answer. She did have some interactions with Ning Qi before he became famous. Duan Juntian clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug deep into his flesh. If it was not for Ning Qi, Duan Lingmei would have been his woman. Unfortunately, Ning Qi's cultivation base skyrocketed every time he saw him. He could only hide the hatred in his heart. Someone's here again. The 3 dragon emperors. They finally arrived. Many dragons present instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer from his aura. The primordial ancient dragon empress, heavenly ancient dragon empress, and giant ancient dragon empress slowly landed in the courtyard. Behind them was a group of shape-shifted dragons with different cultivation bases. There were dragon emperors, dragon sages, and dragon lords. Ning Qi had seen 2 of them before. They were Primordial Li and Primordial Shao. When the 3 dragon emperors glanced at Scholar of Heaven and Earth, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. When they saw Tuoba Shuang and Wenren Yue, they were immediately intimidated by the aura of the laws on their bodies. You 2 are? The primordial ancient dragon emperor asked in bewilderment. The 3 of them had come together because they had heard that Ning Beixian had reached the Dando realm. In addition, they had seen little 6 real body at the Cloud Rising sect. The 3 of them had decided to resolve their grudges with Ning Qi no matter what. It would be best if they could form a relationship with little 6. However, what surprised them was that the Scholar of Heaven and Earth was also here. Other than that, there were also 2 Do Dan realm cultivators that they had never heard of. You have no right to speak here. Tuoba Dong reprimanded him politely. You. The primordial ancient dragon emperor was about to lose his temper when he suddenly saw Scholar of Heaven and Earth's half-smile. His heart skipped a beat. As expected, he sensed a trace of the aura of the power of laws from Tuoba Dong. This person was also a Do Di who had comprehended the power of laws, just like Scholar of Heaven and Earth. The primordial ancient dragon emperor and the primordial ancient dragon emperor looked at each other and immediately made a decision. They pulled the primordial ancient dragon emperor to the side. The primordial ancient Zhao's gaze landed on Ning Qi. His expression was a little ugly. Back then, he had been defeated by this kid and lost his first place on the dragon ranking. This incident had caused his status in the primordial ancient dragon tribe to plummet. He had originally planned to cultivate hard before taking his revenge, but he did not expect Ning Qi to have already reached the Dando realm. You guys are here too? Chu Feng had brought a group of disciples of the Chu clan over after hearing the news. They happened to bump into Yuan Kongming, who was also followed by a group of disciples of the Yuan clan. In the past, they would not have needed to do this kind of babysitting job. However, the 9 great clans were different from before. Every branch had basically broken up. Even though they were called clans, they had actually disbanded. She's here too. Yuan Kongming glanced to the side indifferently. Chu Feng looked over and saw Dongfang Yulua flying over alone. Speaking of which, ever since that incident a year ago, she should be the one living the most comfortably in our generation of the 9 great clans. Because of her relationship with Dongfang Haojia, no one in the clan dares to make things difficult for her. Who knows if Dongfang Haojia will call Ning Beixian over to kill her? Chu Feng said enviously. Dongfang Yulua came in front of the 2 and looked at the small courtyard. What happened? We just arrived too. We only heard that the other party is a Dando realm cultivator of the Greedy Wolf sect. Do you know about the Book of Life and Death? It should be a magic weapon of the Greedy Wolf sect. It's a weapon that surpasses a heaven rank, top-grade battle weapon. It has the power of law in it. It seems that Ning Beixian stole the Book of Life and Death, and the other party came to find us. Chu Feng said, Do you know where Dongfang Haojia is now? Yuan Kongming suddenly asked. Dongfang Yulua shook her head slowly. I don't know. If you want to know, go ask him yourself. She was referring to Ning Qi. A bitter smile appeared on Yuan Kongming's face. With his current status, how would he dare to ask Ning Qi? In the courtyard, when Ranmue looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Why, you don't dare to answer? The Book of Life and Death. Before he could finish, Ning Qi rudely interrupted him. What Book of Life and Death? It's just a trash, low-grade magic weapon, the earth-searching pill. Are you afraid that I don't understand you? When Ranmue's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, Ding Ling said sternly, Young Master Wenren, he must have stolen it. Otherwise, how would he know the real name of the Book of Life and Death? So, the Book of Life and Death was a low-grade magic weapon? The earth-searching pill. The people at the scene immediately came to a sudden realization. So, the earth-searching pill was really stolen by you? When Ranmue looked at Ning Qi coldly. It's not stealing, right? Between cultivators, it can only be said to be taking, not stealing. Ning Qi smiled indifferently, as expected of the crazy demon Saber Emperor. To be able to say this so confidently, there's no one else in Dongxian like him, right? There's going to be a good show. The greedy wolf sect is probably no weaker than the dragon and the demon. Can Ning Beixian really fight against them? Hand over the earth-searching pill and follow me back to the greedy wolf sect. When Ranmue said coldly, I don't have it, but I want my life. Why don't you come and get it? Chapter 981. The Might of the Three Laws, You Don't Know Your Place. When Ranmue snorted as disdain flashed in his eyes, a Battle Dan realm cultivator from a small place like this was nothing in his eyes. In the next moment, when Ranmue gently waved his hand, and a vast power of the law surged out from his hand. A giant beast formed from the law of lightning pounced at Ning Qi. Law of lightning? A sliver of shock flashed across Zhu Chen's eyes. The laws of lightning could be considered average amongst the many laws. Even their Zhu family did not possess the power of laws before the change in the world. However, they had found a divine object filled with the laws of lightning some time ago. It was likely that an expert who comprehended the laws of lightning would appear in their Zhu family soon. Wenren has just reached the early stage of the Battle Dan realm, but he has already formed such a powerful law of lightning. There must be at least 30 of them, right? Tuobadong and the other 3 were envious and shocked. There was also a trace of jealousy in their hearts. Speaking of which, when Ranmue's age was not much different from theirs, he was only 100 years old, but he had already become a Battle Dan realm expert. If they wanted to break through the shackles, they would need at least 100 years of training. What a terrifying aura. I will definitely die if I touch the power of this law. Scholar Heaven and Earth was moved as he watched the scene. Martial nephew Wenren is really lucky. TSK, the law of lightning. However, a junior will always be a junior. He can't even tell that the other party has the bloodline of the immortal clan. I can use him to restrain this kid. Tuobadong's eyes flashed with a trace of jealousy that was hard to detect. The 3 dragon emperors looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A casual attack from the other party was enough to make them feel like they were going to die. If the other party was the 3 of them, they might not even be able to withstand a single attack. What a terrifying aura. Is this the power of the law? It's much stronger than our Doqi. The surrounding cultivators looked at the giant beast formed from the law of lightning in horror. They could not suppress the throbbing in their hearts. Can Ning Beixian withstand this attack? Chu Feng clenched his fists in excitement. Maybe. Yuan Kongming's eyes landed on Ning Qi. He realized that Ning Qi didn't panic in the slightest in the face of the law energy. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. A trace of nervousness flashed in Dongfang Yulua's eyes. She heard that Ning Qi had reappeared, so she came here to ask about Dongfang Haojia's whereabouts. If Ning Qi died in Dongfang Haojia's hands, she didn't know how long it would take for her to find Dongfang Haojia. Ever since I broke through to the Dodan realm, my 18 subduing dragon palms have never been blessed. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he slammed his palm towards the lightning beast. All of a sudden, a deafening dragon roar rang out in the sky. When the 3 dragon emperors and all the members of the dragon race heard this dragon roar, they actually felt an urge to kneel down in their hearts. "What is that?" the giant ancient dragon empress exclaimed upon seeing this. 6 true dragons burst out of Ning Qi's palm. These 6 true dragons were all different, and the nomological auras they exuded were also clearly different. The 2 true dragons were burning with scorching flames. The 2 true dragons were covered with icy bones, as if they were made from ice sculptures that would never melt for eternity. The 2 true dragons were filled with a green color, as if they were full of vitality. However, everyone could feel that behind this vitality, there was a trace of the most terrifying aura. A total of 6 true dragons, 3 different nomological laws. Law of fire, law of ice, and law of wood. He possesses the power of 3 nomological laws. How is this possible? Tuoba Shun, who had been extremely calm, revealed a shocked expression as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Anyone with a little bit of common sense and cultivation would know that comprehending and condensing the power of nomological laws was a matter that required a lot of effort and time. Not to mention 3. Even condensing one power of nomological laws to the peak was a long way off for ordinary people. This was because without the corresponding divine item, one could only slowly condense it on their own. Even in the Greedy Wolf sect, there were only 6 divine items. 4 of them were low-level nomological laws, and only 2 of them were mid-level. One of them was a divine item that contained the law of thunder and lightning. Even so, no one in the Greedy Wolf sect chose to condense 2 types of nomological laws. It was not only related to the problem of future breakthroughs, but also because with 2 types of nomological laws, one of them had to meet the requirements for both of them. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Moreover, even if someone wanted to condense 2 types of nomological laws and did not take the usual path, there was a huge difference between the nomological laws. Just comprehending one of them would require a lot of effort, let alone the second one, the third one. That was just a fantasy, unless one was willing to sacrifice hundreds or even thousands of years of time to comprehend it. Then there was still a possibility. Ning Qi's 3 types of nomological laws were all mid-level and low-level, but they were much stronger than low-level ones. The divine item that he needed was not easy to find. After the shock, Tuoba Shun's mouth revealed a hint of mockery because he knew that it would be very difficult for Ning Qi to break through. Tuoba Shun let out a sigh of relief in his heart. 3 types of nomological laws. How could he comprehend 3 types of nomological laws? Zhu Chen cried out in shock. In his mind, he vaguely remembered that when he was 3 years old, he asked his father why everyone could only comprehend 1 type of nomological law. At that time, his father's answer was, everyone can only comprehend 1 type of nomological law. If you meet someone who comprehended 2, then he is either a fool or a monster. But no matter what, you should not go against such a person. Should I not go against such a person? Zhu Chen's face revealed a trace of confusion. Everyone present was shocked by Ning Qi's attack. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. The simultaneous appearance of 3 types of nomological laws really shocked and envied them. I want to comprehend one, but I can't, but he has 3. Zhongli Huatian clenched his fists and looked at Ning Qi with extreme jealousy. Boom! The 6 true dragons collided with the opponent's giant thunder beast. 3 types of nomological laws, namely the law of fire, the law of ice, and the law of wood, instantly made the giant thunder beast experience what it meant to be between ice and fire, between life and death. The burning of the nomological law of fire the freezing of the nomological law of ice, and the life and decay of the nomological law of wood. In almost an instant, the giant thunder beast that was condensed from the 30 rays of the nomological law of lightning scattered. Chapter 982. Magic Item. Me Too. Dharma Treasures. The scholar of heaven and earth and the 3 great dragon emperors looked at the round shield. Greed flashed across their eyes. For them, even a top Tian ranked Do weapon was no longer sufficient. Only by possessing an arcane weapon would they be able to greatly increase their fighting strength. For example, the 3 great dragon emperors were able to resist the power of the law condensed by the scholar of heaven and earth with a broken magic tool. Low-grade magic tool. Zhu Chen licked his lips. In the Shangwu mainland, there were not many people who could use Dharma weapons. Even the strongest family, like the Zhu family, only had a dozen Dharma weapons. Many Do Dan realm cultivators still used heaven-tier Do weapons or broken Dharma weapons that had been eliminated by others. With his status, if he was unable to break through to the initial stage of the Do Dan realm, he reckoned that he would not have the qualifications to use an artifact in this lifetime. Therefore, the disciples of the Zhu family liked to wander around and enter various ancient ruins to search for the artifacts left behind by their predecessors, compared to them, who were attracted by the magical artifacts. What shocked the others even more was that Ning Qi only used one move to defeat this initial stage Do Dan realm cultivator. So strong, he's no match for Ning Beixian. The Greedy Wolf sect doesn't seem to be that strong, but the other person hasn't made his move yet, so the outcome of today's battle is still uncertain. This kid's cultivation is so terrifying. If I had tried to recruit him back then, a trace of regret flashed through Su Hongtao's eyes. His gaze suddenly fell on Su Hongwen, and his expression changed slightly. Perhaps his 13th son's choice wasn't wrong. He shouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Thinking of this, Su Hongtao's anger dissipated, and he felt slightly gratified. This, senior brother Wenren, is no match for him? Tuo Badong and the others were startled. They exchanged glances with one another and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Wenran Muiwe was extremely famous in the Greedy Wolf sect. She had been through hundreds of challenges, big and small, and had never lost a single one. Now she had lost in Dongxian. To be able to defeat a Do Dan realm cultivator, and with ease. Just what level has Ning Qi's current cultivation reached? Yuan Kongming and the others gasped. Ning Qi's current appearance was becoming more and more unfamiliar to them. Sister, should we go? A hint of fear flashed across He Shui Aolong's eyes. He subconsciously shrunk his head, afraid that Ning Qi would see him. Are you scared? Darkwater Yun Shi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Who's scared? The battle isn't over yet. It's not certain who will win or lose. A hint of anger flashed across He Shui Proud Dragon's eyes. Young Master Wenren. Dingling took a step forward worriedly and held Wenran Muyue's arm. However, she felt a strong force pushing her hand away and numbing her. Dingling was shocked and her expression changed. She looked at Wenran Muyue in disbelief. Wenran Muyue did not notice Dingling's strange behavior. He only stared at Ning Qi with a hint of shame and anger in his heart. He was an inner sect disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect, one of the best among his peers. He had never lost a battle, but today he was defeated by a native in this remote place. His power of laws isn't strong, but he was able to unleash an attack that was no weaker than Wenren Muyue's full power with just 3 types of laws. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. If only I could walk this path. Tuo Basien's thoughts changed rapidly. Then he sighed in his heart, not to mention whether he could comprehend the power of the second law. Even if he did, it would be extremely difficult for him to condense the law in the future. It was the same as blocking his own path of cultivation. Was he going to lose his hope of breaking through just for a little bit of fighting power? However, Ning Qi's current strength had exceeded his expectations. He initially thought that he could capture Ning Qi with Wenren Muyue's help, but now it seemed that he might not be able to capture Ning Qi even if he did it himself. Capturing alive and killing were two completely different concepts. He was confident that he could kill Ning Qi, but not capture him alive. If he didn't have the immortal bloodline, it would be easy. However, this bloodline is too precious. If I don't seize this opportunity, I'm afraid I won't have a second chance like this in my life. Fortunately, he has just entered the early stage Battle Dan realm, and his cultivation won't be able to skyrocket in a short period of time. I still have an advantage. If I make him stronger, I can only give this opportunity to those old guys. Tuoba-in thought to himself. This time, he dared to bring Wenren Muyue along because Wenren Muyue had only cultivated for a short period of time. She hadn't experienced the great battle, so she knew nothing about the aura of the immortal bloodline. He was able to recognize that Ning Qi had the immortal bloodline at first glance because he had seen that existence from afar during the great battle. It was just a glance, but that aura was deeply imprinted in his heart. He would probably never forget it for the rest of his life. I admit that you are very strong. You have exceeded my expectations. However, it's a pity that you and I are not on the same level. You can't break my Vajra shield alone. I'm already undefeatable. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, I can spare your life if you surrender. Wenren Muyue said calmly, So that's a Vajra shield. A legendary Vajra shield? Heishui Ao Long licked his lips greedily. He was imagining the day when he would own a Vajra shield. A Vajra shield contained the power of law. If a normal cultivator owned one, they would have the strength of a one-star Emperor Do. That Vajra shield is indeed very strong. There's no trace of damage on it. It's obvious that Ning Qi's attack couldn't hurt it. If that's the case, he is indeed undefeatable. Yuan Kongming frowned slightly. If Ning Qi loses today, I don't know how many people will regret it. They all treat Ning Qi as their goal in cultivation. Chu Feng smiled. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. Even though Ning Qi was a cultivator from Dongshan like them, he had offended many people along the way. At least 80 to 90% of the cultivators watching were hoping that Ning Qi would lose. Vajra shield? I have one too. Ning Qi looked at the shield and smiled. The Dragon Slayer's saber had appeared in his hand. He suddenly swung it. Horizon Moonblade, so close yet worlds apart. The power of 3 laws exploded once again. Wenren Muyue had no time to be shocked. With a thought, the shield in front of him grew several times larger, blocking his entire body. My Vajra shield has 50 Vajra laws. I don't believe that you can break it with just a few laws. Wenren Muyue growled. Clang! Chapter 983. An overt plot. Chapter 983. Conspiracy, my King Kong shield. Wenren Muyue squatted on the ground like a madman, picking up the remains of the Vajra shield and examining it carefully. After a while, he was sure that his dermic treasure was destroyed. He felt the world spin around him. This dermic treasure had been dug out from some ancient site after many hardships and perils. He had paid a huge price to get the sex weapon refining elder to repair it. Only he knew how much effort he had put into this Vajra shield. Ding Ling was worried, but she didn't dare to comfort Wenren Muyue. In the end, she vented her anger on Ning Qi. She glared at Ning Qi viciously. Dharma artifact. Ning Beixian has a Dharma artifact? This is definitely not an ordinary Dharma artifact. He cut the shield-shaped Dharma artifact in half as if it was tofu. That's a defensive Dharma artifact. It's such a pity that it's destroyed just like that. 3 types of law energy and a Dharma artifact. What kind of adventure did he have? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Tuoba Shun's body trembled slightly. He looked at the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Qi's hand with a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. You want my saber? Come and get it. Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Shun and said calmly since Wenren was already crippled. Tuoba Shun felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head when he heard that. He was confident that he could kill Ning Chi before, but now that Ning Chi had a Dharma artifact that could easily destroy his King Kong shield, the situation was different. If they really fought, he was afraid that he wouldn't be Ning Chi's match. Thinking of this, the calm expression on Tuoba Shun's face gradually faded and was replaced by solemnity and prudence. Only at this moment did he realize that Ning Chi seemed to be standing on the same level as him. I've underestimated him. A hint of regret flashed in Zhu Chen's eyes. He should have used a respectful attitude to recruit an expert like Ning Chi. However, because of his identity as a disciple of the Zhu family, his arrogance had become a habit. He treated Ning Chi as the most ordinary initial stage Do Dan realm cultivator and wanted to use the power of the family to suppress him. Now that he looked at it, his previous actions were really too laughable. There's no turning back. Such an existence doesn't belong to our Zhu clan. We must destroy him. If we let him grow, he will definitely become a strong enemy of our Zhu clan in the future. A stern look flashed in Zhu Chen's eyes. He had long since forgotten his father's warning. Huer, send a message to my elder brother. No, send a message to my father. Ask him to summon the forefather. Tell him that Dongxian has discovered a suspected mid-grade arcane artifact. Ask the forefather to come quickly. Huer was slightly stunned when he heard Zhu Chen's voice transmission. He hesitated for a moment before nodding subconsciously and retreating slowly. Ning Beixian, aren't you afraid that I will ask the elders of the sect to punish you? Tuoba Shun suddenly transmitted his voice. Ning Chi smiled and said, Are you willing to do that? If you let the Greedy Wolf sect know that I have the bloodline of the Immortal Clan, what else can you get other than some rewards that even I won't be interested in? Don't worry. I have just entered the early stage Do Dan realm. You still have a chance. It won't be too late to inform your backer after you realize that you have no chance of defeating me. Tuoba Shun's eyes flashed with anger when he felt the extreme confidence in Ning Chi's tone. He knew that this was an open scheme. However, he had to admit that his thoughts were exactly the same as what Ning Chi had said. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to give up such a great opportunity. Damn it. Tuoba Shun had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at Ning Chi's hands. There was a sense of indignation in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed down. Elder Tuoba, this guy has destroyed my King Kong shield. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture him. Wenren kept the King Kong shield and slowly stood up. She said to Tuoba Shun in a deep voice, This matter needs to be discussed at length. That blade of his is not simple. Now that your King Kong shield has been destroyed, your combat strength has been reduced by at least 30%, and you are slightly injured. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to suppress this guy. Let's retreat first and discuss before making our next decision. Tuoba Shun didn't seem to feel the command in Wenren tone and transmitted his voice. What? Even you don't have the confidence? You have condensed hundreds of laws, and you don't have the confidence to defeat a cultivator who has just entered the early stage Do Dan realm? Wenren eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. Didn't you also lose? Tuoba Shun looked at Wenren indifferently with a trace of mockery in his eyes. He was already regretting it. If he knew this would happen, he would have invited an outer sect elder with a similar cultivation as him. Even if he had to share half of the opportunity with the other party, it would be better than this situation. Not only did he have to calm Wenren down and stop him from talking nonsense in the Greedy Wolf sect, he also had to find a way to suppress Ning Chi and seize his immortal clan bloodline. Wenren saw the mockery in Tuoba Shun's eyes and was so angry that his chest hurt. However, Tuoba Shun had already turned around and left. He could only glare at Ning Chi and quickly followed. Ning Chi didn't stop Tuoba Shun from leaving. Instead of trying his best to kill these two people, it was better to let them go first. At least, before Tuoba Shun's matter was exposed, the Greedy Wolf sect would not send stronger cultivators to Dongxian. Left. Not fighting anymore. Just like that. Are these the legendary cultivators from the Greedy Wolf sect? What's the point of fighting anymore? The saber in Senior Ning's hand can even easily destroy a ritual implement. The other party must have felt uncertain. That's why they wanted to retreat. However, if they go back to the sect and invite stronger existences, Senior Ning might not be able to deal with them as easily as he did today. I'm afraid Dongxian will be in chaos again during this period of time. What you said makes some sense. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Tuoba Shun and the others leave the small courtyard. They immediately began to communicate with the people around them, expressing their own opinions. Senior Ning, I would like to make a deal with you. Scholar of Heaven and Earth did not leave with Tuoba Shun and the others. Instead, he cupped his hands at Ning Qi and smiled. A deal? What kind of deal did Scholar of Heaven and Earth want to make with Ning Beixian? The three Dragon Emperors immediately pricked up their ears. Ning Qi glanced at Scholar of Heaven and Earth. Then his eyes suddenly fell on the three Dragon Emperors. You guys are done watching the show. Shouldn't you be leaving? The three Dragon Emperors were slightly stunned. Then they reacted and forced a smile. The primordial Dragon Emperor cupped his hands and said, Senior Ning, I would also like to make a deal with you. What do you think? You all want to make a deal with me? Then stay. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Chapter 984. Chapter 984 Inchitsu? After everyone had been driven away, there was still one figure who had not left. When Ning Qi saw her face, he was slightly startled. Dongfang Yulua landed in Ning Qi's courtyard and cupped her hands. Senior Ning, you don't have to call me Senior Ning. I'm from the same generation as your cousin. Just call me Big Brother Ning. Ning Qi said with a smile. Dongfang Yulua was startled. Big Brother Ning. Scholar of Heaven and Earth and the three Dragon Emperors stood aside without saying anything. Zhongli Huatian lowered his head because he was afraid that Ning Qi would see the unwillingness on his face. Su Hongwen looked at the three Dragon Emperors and then at Scholar of Heaven and Earth. He sighed in his heart. The former was the true master of Dongxian. Even his father had to listen to some of the Dragon Emperor's orders and secretly transport some cultivation resources for the three dragon clans. The latter was the top expert during the period when the Dry Bones Forbidden Land and Dongxian merged. He was publicly recognized as the top expert and the only peak Emperor Do who had refined the power of laws. Right now, both sides were standing respectfully to one side. This scene was truly inconceivable. However, this was the reality. Do you need something from me? Ning Qi smiled and said. Dongfang Yulua whispered. I want to know where cousin is. Is he doing well? Ever since Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi disappeared in the Nine Suns Tower, Dongfang Yulua had never seen Dongfang Haojie again. At that time, Dongfang Haojie's cultivation was completely crippled, and she was afraid that something might have happened to him. Unfortunately, Dongfang Yulua was grounded in the Dongfang family for a period of time. It was only after the 9 great clans were suppressed by Ning Qi that the family elders let her out. However, before she could reach the Cloud Rising sect, everyone in the Cloud Rising sect, including Ning Qi, disappeared. Brother Dongfang, he's doing well. Oh, you want to see him? If you're not in a hurry, wait here. I'll bring you there. Ning Qi smiled. Can I? Dongfang Yulua was surprised. Of course. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Brother Dongfang was sent to the palace to be a eunuch when he was young. It should be his first time reconstructing his body, right? I guess I'll have to hand it to her. Dongfang Yulua felt that Ning Qi's gaze was a little strange, and her face suddenly blushed. Scholar of Heaven and Earth. What deal do you want to make with me? Say it. Ning Qi looked at the Scholar of Heaven and Earth and said plainly, I want to use a divine object to exchange for the Book of Life and Death that you took from Yunwu Tower. Oh, it should be called the Earth-Searching Pill? The scholar of heaven and earth transmitted his voice. A divine item? Ning Qi's eyes lit up slightly. It was just that the Earth-Searching Pill was now in the hands of Old Man Jean, and he didn't know how the transformation was going. If the law fish in that divine object wasn't enough, Ning Qi wouldn't be interested in it. After all, he had to swallow 1,000 law fish in order to condense a single law power. Thinking of this, Ning Qi transmitted his voice. How could you have a divine item? My first law was comprehended from that divine object. With my cultivation, I definitely wouldn't dare to deceive Senior Ning. The scholar of heaven and earth transmitted his voice. If that's the case, is the power of law in the divine object sufficient? How big is the divine object? Ning Qi transmitted his voice. If Senior Ning agrees, then I can speak in detail. The scholar of heaven and earth smiled faintly. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. The scholar of heaven and earth was stunned. Senior Ning, that is a divine object. It is more useful than any elixir for a Battle Dan Realm expert. I know. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. So you can go. The scholar of heaven and earth smiled bitterly. Senior, the power of law in that divine object is very sufficient. Its size should be as tall as 4 people. For people? That's almost twice the size of the divine object found in the Dragon God battlefield. It can condense 4 law power. Ning Qi pondered for a moment, and a divine soul broke out of his body and flew in the direction of the Heaven's Secret Institute. Heaven's Secret Institute. Senior Jean, is the Earth-Searching Pill here? Ning Qi's divine soul turned into a human and landed beside Saint Jean. Saint Jean was shocked when he saw it was Ning Qi. After seeing that it was Ning Qi, he said, "The Earth-Searching Pill is almost finished. It's just waiting for you to inject the power of law." As he spoke, he took out an unrecognizable ball. Seeing this, Ning Qi sighed in his heart and said, "I understand. Senior Jean, please wait for a moment. I will come over when the matter at hand is over." "Hurry up." Saint Jean nodded. The divine soul returned to the courtyard. In the eyes of the crowd, only a few seconds had passed. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to the scholar of heaven and earth. "I can't give you the Earth-Searching Pill." "I see." The scholar of heaven and earth looked disappointed. "However, the deal will go on as usual. I'll give you another Dharma artifact." Ning Qi said calmly. The scholar of heaven and earth looked at Ning Qi in surprise. "Thank you, Senior Ning." The 3 dragon emperors saw the scholar of heaven and earth standing on the spot for a moment, and they knew that he must have reached a deal with Ning Qi. The ancient dragon empress glanced at the primordial dragon empress impatiently. At that moment, Ning Qi happened to look at them and said with a smile, "What deal do you want to make with me?" "It's like this, Senior Ning. The 3 dragon tribes want to become your vassal." The primordial dragon empress transmitted her voice. "Become my vassal?" Ning Qi was startled at first. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If that's all there is to your deal, you may leave." The primordial dragon empress was startled. "Senior Ning, the 3 dragon tribes say no more. The 3 dragon tribes are nothing in my eyes. If you become my vassal, do you think I'll have to help you in the future? That's wishful thinking. Hongwen, see the guests out." Ning Qi said calmly. He didn't say it through telepathy, but out loud. Scholar of heaven and earth's eyes were filled with mockery when he heard that. He glanced at the 3 dragons mockingly. Do they still think that the 3 dragon clans in Dongxian are the strongest? Given Ning Beishuan's current strength, the 3 dragon tribes were useless to him. That damn Ning Beishuan! What a despicable man! We don't have to submit to him. Aren't the Zhu clan disciples in the capital? We can submit to the Zhu clan or the Greedy Wolf sect. The ancient dragon empress transmitted her voice angrily. Fine. The primordial dragon empress glanced at Ning Qi and cupped her fists. Then the three of us will take our leave. I won't send you off. Ning Qi waved his hand. Chapter 985. Rule Dragon, Slaying Bullet. Why don't you take care of them for me? Why don't you take care of them for me? They have a broken artifact. My rule can't hurt them. They have a broken magic tool. My power of law is unable to harm them. Scholar Heaven and Earth laughed dryly. Won't you have an artifact after completing the deal with me? Ning Qi said with a smile. If that's the case, I'm willing to help you take care of these 3 worms. Scholar Heaven and Earth was delighted and quickly cupped his fists. His confidence in the deal had increased. If he could really get the artifact and take care of the 3 Dragon Emperors, then he would be relying on Ning Qi. Scholar Heaven and Earth was happy to have an early-stage Battle Dan expert as his backing. At least, he heard that Ning Qi was very lenient towards his subordinates. If he were to rely on the dragon and the demon, it might not be as easy as following Ning Qi. As for the misunderstandings in the past, it was nothing. They were just children's quarrels. Now that one of the children had grown into a towering tree, the hatred naturally dissipated. There was one person who didn't think so. It was Zhongli Huatian. He hated Ning Qi to the bone. After all, Ning Qi had first snatched away the demonic tone bell that he had his eyes on for a long time, and then crippled his cultivation, turning him into a cripple. He had been looked down upon by everyone in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Now that he heard that his ancestor had actually agreed to work for Ning Qi, Zhongli Huatian's body couldn't help but tremble. Ning Qi caught this strange movement. He smiled and didn't say anything, but in his heart he enjoyed the feeling of his enemies gnashing their teeth in hatred in front of him, but they couldn't do anything to him. It was like this during his time on Earth. If I have the chance to go back, I'll definitely give Zhang Tian a surprise. Ning Qi's eyes turned cold when he recalled how he was betrayed by Zhang Tian and pushed off the cliff. I still have something to do. I'll go with you to the Dry Bones, Forbidden Land after that. Ning Qi smiled. That's great. Scholar Heaven and Earth nodded. The Imperial Palace. Su Hengtao, Tuobadong, and the others stood respectfully at the side. Ding Ling sat next to Wenren Miue and looked at him gently. Her eyes couldn't hide the adoration she had for him. Elder Tuoba, this guy took the earth-searching pill. We can't complete the mission given to us by the sect. If that guy's descendant appears, we won't know anything. Wenren Miue said calmly. Marshal Niece Wenren, are you planning to go back to the sect and ask the inner sect elders to suppress this kid? Tuoba Han sneered in his heart. That guy's descendant had already appeared a long time ago. It was just that you didn't know about it. The earth-searching pill was no longer something Tuoba Han should be thinking about. What he needed to think about now was how to keep Wenren Miue from returning to the Greedy Wolf sect, at least until he found a way to suppress Ning Qi. That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Elder Tuoba, do you have any brilliant ideas? Wenren Miue sneered. Tuoba Shun didn't even dare to make a move and immediately retreated. This changed Wenren Muyue's impression of him. She had a good relationship with Tuoba Shun in the Greedy Wolf sect, but after what happened today, there was a gap between them. Even if they didn't become enemies in the future, they would at most be acquaintances. I can only say that if you go back to the Greedy Wolf sect and ask for reinforcements, then I'm afraid the inner sect elders will have another candidate for the opportunity to enter the divine object to comprehend the law. Tuoba Han said faintly. Wenren Muyue's expression changed slightly. He thought about it carefully, and his expression turned ugly. Tuoba Han was not exaggerating. If the inner sect elders knew that he, Wenren Muyue, was defeated by a native of Dongxian and couldn't even get the earth-searching pill back, his position in the inner sect elders' hearts would plummet. Tuoba Han didn't have such concerns. After all, he was only an outer sect elder. Unlike the inner sect disciples, he didn't have many cultivation resources. Marshal Niece Wenren, It seems like you've thought it through. Tuoba Han smiled slightly. Elder Tuoba, we can't not get the earth-searching pill back. If you have any ideas, just say it. Don't hide it. Wenren Mua said with an ugly expression. It's very simple. Haven't you seen that disciple of the Zhu family before? Tuoba Han smiled mischievously. So you? A trace of shame flashed in Wenren Mua's eyes. In terms of scheming, he was still not as good as the outer sect elders who often worked outside. I know you look down on his cultivation base. However, the world has changed. Although the Zhu family's strength is not comparable to our greedy wolf sect, it is still the top in this place. Since we can't deal with Ning Qi, we can join forces with the Dan realm experts of the Zhu family. We can make the best use of them, right? Tuoba Han smiled faintly. Won't this tarnish the reputation of our greedy wolf sect? Wenren Mua thought about it and said hesitantly, Are you afraid that the others in the sect will find out about this? Don't worry. My disciples will keep their mouths shut. Tuoba Han sneered mockingly. Tuoba Dong, Su Hing Tao, and the others had a strange look in their eyes. Wenren Mua snorted coldly. It was obvious that she agreed. This matter shouldn't be delayed. Come with me to see that disciple of the Zhu family. Let him contact the Dan realm experts of the family. Tuoba Han stood up and said, Ah, heavenly secret institution. Ning Qi looked at the earth-searching pill that Jin Sheng had modified. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Jin Sheng was able to modify a lower-grade magic weapon into a structure that was 90% similar to the dragon-slaying bullet with his cultivation base of a Dou Emperor. Furthermore, it did not become a waste. Such craftsmanship would allow him to do well no matter where he was. Indeed, there are specializations in this field. Ning Qi was not stingy with his compliments. All right, stop flattering me. Let's test the effect first. Old man Jean rolled his eyes. Currently, he was the only one in the capital who dared to speak to Ning Qi in such a manner. Ning Qi chuckled and injected a wood law into the round ball. Then, the two of them waited for a moment and realized that the power of the law did not disappear. It still existed. Their faces revealed a happy expression. Seems like it's a success. Old man Jean proudly stroked his beard. Next, Ning Qi continued to inject the law of wood into the ball. When the power of the law was exhausted, he would sit cross-legged on the spot and adjust his breathing. The Dou Dan rotated rapidly. It would not take long for it to recover. After repeating this a few times, the ball showed a full state after injecting more than 200 laws of wood into it. It's full. If I can inject 1,000 laws of wood. Ning Qi felt that it was a pity. 1,000 laws of wood, unless you give me materials of higher quality. Old man Jean rolled his eyes. Being able to inject 200 laws of wood is already the limit. If it wasn't for the fact that the power of the law in this magic weapon does not conflict with your law, I'm afraid that 50 laws of wood would be the limit. Senior Jean, don't worry. In the future, I will gather a batch of top-quality materials for you. I will take this dragon-slaying bullet with me first. Without waiting for Jin Sheng to reply, Ning Qi disappeared in front of Jin Sheng. This kid. Chapter 986. Tuoba Xuan's background. You too want to join hands with my Zhu clan? Zhu Qin looked at Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Mua. His eyes moved slightly and a trace of joy flashed through his heart. Yes, I believe the Zhu clan's Battle Dan realm cultivators will also be interested in the Dharma artifact in Ning Beishuan's hands. Tuoba Xuan smiled and said, I heard that the emperors here are the outer sect, disciples of your greedy wolf sect. May I know which continent your greedy wolf sect is located in? Zhu Qin suddenly asked. It's just a small place, not worth mentioning. Tuoba Xuan smiled. Zhu Qin didn't plan to ask more since the other party was so casual. After all, the world had changed and hundreds of continent fragments had gathered together. Among them, only a dragon, a demon beast, and the 9 palaces and 8 sects were worthy of his attention. Only these forces would be stronger than the 4 major clans. If the Greedy Wolf sect was really strong, they would have conquered the world long ago. Why would they be unable to deal with a small battle Dan realm cultivator in a remote place? To be honest, I have already sent a message to my clan's patriarch. There will be a patriarch coming to Dongxian in a few days. At that time, I can introduce the 2 of you to the patriarch. Zhu Qin smiled. That's great. Tuoba Xuan smiled. War God Temple. On the War God platform, Dongfang Yulua looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She didn't expect to appear in such a place from the capital in the blink of an eye. Endless mountain ranges and well-arranged palaces. This was clearly a scene that could only appear in a top sect. Let's go. I'll bring you to Brother Dongfang. Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Yulua followed Ning Qi and flew all the way to the training hall of the War God Temple. Countless people came in and out. When they saw Ning Qi, they immediately bowed respectfully and called him Sect Master. At this moment, a figure walked out of the training hall. When he saw Ning Qi, he immediately smiled and went forward. Greetings, Sect Master. Before Ning Qi could say anything, Dongfang Yulua exclaimed in shock, Heaven-destroying patriarch! Dongfang Beitian was slightly startled. No one in the War God Hall would address him as ancestor. This was because their status was the same as an ordinary outer sect disciple. However, because he was an elite Do Di, an ordinary outer sect disciple would give him some face and address him as senior. It was likely that only the disciples of the Dongfang clan would address him as ancestor. You are. Dongfang Beitian looked at Dongfang Yulua with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Disciple Dongfang Yulua greets the heaven-destroying patriarch. Dongfang Yulua quickly bowed. Oh, so it's a disciple of my Dongfang family. Sect Master, are you planning to recruit a large number of outer disciples? Dongfang Baiyan's eyes revealed a hint of pleasant surprise. At this moment, Zhuge Jingtian, Tuoba Yunqing, Tuoba Yunying, and the other Do emperors of the 9 great clans walked out of the training hall and coincidentally saw the scene. Jealousy immediately appeared on their faces. They thought to themselves, could it be that Ning Qi is planning to recruit outer disciples from the Dongfang clan because of Dongfang Haojie? Only the Fang clan's Do emperor had a smile on his face, because apart from him, there were several other disciples of the Fang clan in the War God Temple. One of them even had an inexplicable relationship with Ning Qi. I don't have such a plan for now. Sister Yulua is here to look for Brother Dongfang. Ning Qi said with a smile. Dongfang Baitian's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Why are you here? Unknowingly, Dongfang Haojie had walked out of the training hall. Hall Master. Dongfang Beitian and the others cupped their hands and greeted. N. Dongfang Haojie nodded indifferently. Dongfang Yulua was shocked. Why are these ancestors so respectful to Dongfang Haojie? This somewhat subverted her usual view of the world. Brother Dongfang, she is here to look for you. You guys have a good chat. We won't disturb you anymore. Ning Qi winked at Dongfang Haojie and said with a smile. Dongfang Haojie was slightly startled and subconsciously said, Follow me. Dongfang Yulua nodded and followed Dongfang Haojie like a little wife. Sect Master, I heard that the outside world has changed a lot. I wonder if there are any changes in our clans? Tuoba Yunqing hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked. Their outer disciple tokens were taken away, so they couldn't freely travel between the 2 places like the other core disciples. However, the news they occasionally heard from old Master Ning was enough to make their hearts itch. For example, the dragon and beast, the 9 palaces and 8 sects, and the 4 great clans. They were very curious and secretly compared the War God Temple with these forces. In the end, they concluded that the former was much stronger. Why? You want to go back? I can send you back. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. No, I don't want to go back. Tuoba Yunqing laughed dryly when he heard this. By the way, do you know a person called Tuoba Xuan? Ning Qi asked. Tuoba Xuan? What a familiar name. Let me think about it. Tuoba Yunqing's expression changed slightly when he heard these 3 words. He fell into deep thought. After a while, Dongfang Beitian suddenly said, Sect Master, I remember this person. When I was 14 or 15 years old, there was a branch family disciple of the Tuoba clan, and he was called Tuoba Xuan. His talent was ordinary, and he entered an ancient land with me. After that, I never saw him again. Now that you mention it, I also remember this name. This name is indeed from the same generation as mine. He might be a little older than me. Sect Master, you suddenly asked about this. Could it be that he is still alive? Tuoba Yunqing's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. If Tuoba Xuan was still alive after so many years, he would at least be a Dosheng. Not only is he not dead, but he has also broken through to the Do-Dan realm. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The Tuoba clan actually had a Do-Dan realm cultivator? Dongfang Baitian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. A memory from a long time ago suddenly surged into his mind. That glib-tongued guy with mediocre talent had reached the Do-Dan realm? Could it be that Sect Master has already met him? Tuoba Yunqing's heart moved slightly as he carefully glanced at Ning Qi. After discovering that Ning Qi was not injured, he asked in a low voice, You can keep your thoughts to yourself. I'm afraid that he no longer sees himself as a member of the Tuoba clan. Otherwise, how could the Tuoba clan not know of his existence? Ning Qi said with a faint smile, Yes. Tuoba Yunqing's expression quickly became solemn and he nodded. Cultivate well. Ning Qi smiled faintly and turned to leave. Seeing that Ning Qi had left, Zhuge Jingtian said with a gloating tone, Tuoba Yunqing, it turns out that your Tuoba clan has such an existence. If you knew about this earlier, your Tuoba clan would not have fallen to such a state. Actually, it is not so. Bai Xiao Mo said faintly, the existence behind Sect Master is also a Do-Dan realm cultivator. Even if Tuoba Xuan helped us previously, we were destined to be suppressed the moment we decided to besiege the cloud-rising sect. Now that the world has changed, the clan might have better development without us old ancestors. Perhaps. Chapter 987. The origin of the celestial clan Ning Qi returned to the small courtyard from the war god temple. He glanced at the sky with a faint smile. It was obvious that Tuoba-chan was afraid that he would suddenly leave the capital city, so he was blatantly watching him. Scholar of Heaven and Earth also stood in the small courtyard and said to Ning Qi seriously, Senior Ning, I'm afraid he won't let you leave the capital city so easily. It's easy to kill him. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Boasting. Zhongli Huatian was disdainful. However, Scholar of Heaven and Earth was different. His expression changed after hearing this. He was sure that Ning Qi still had more powerful techniques that he had not revealed. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. Master, there's a message from the palace. It says that the 2 Dan Do realm cultivators from the Greedy Wolf sect have reached an agreement with Zhu Qin and are prepared to join forces to deal with you. Su Hongwan walked in from the door and stood beside Ning Qi as he whispered. Zhongli Huaiyan's face revealed a trace of joy. I see. Join forces with the Zhu clan? Ning Qi sneered in his heart and threw an outer disciple token to Su Hongwan. Refine it and you can go to the main sect. Yes. Su Hongwan took the token. Although he did not understand what Ning Qi meant, he obediently refined it. 3 days. We will leave in 3 days, Ning Qi said faintly. Scholar of Heaven and Earth nodded. He could afford to wait for 3 days. After Su Hongwan refined the outer disciple token, a detailed explanation of the token's function appeared in his mind. He was shocked. At this moment, he finally understood why more than 1,000 people from the cloud rising sect disappeared without a trace overnight. Let's go. Ningqi appeared beside Su Hongwen and said faintly, "Yes." The two figures changed and finally disappeared in the air. War God Temple. This sect is called the War God Temple. The former disciples of the Cloud Rising sect are also included. You have a good foundation. Cultivate here in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask my master. Ningqi brought Su Hongwen around the War God Temple and finally brought him to Meng Qingling's cave. Just as Ningqi landed, Meng Qingling walked out of the cave. She glanced at Su Hongwen and said, "Your new disciple? And I will have to trouble master to teach me a thing or two in the future." Ningqi cupped his hands. Disciple Su Hongwen greets Grandmaster. Su Hongwen knelt in front of Meng Qingling and cupped his hands. "Get up." Meng Qingling nodded. After a pause, she cast a sidelong glance at Ningqi. "Going out again?" "Yeah, I've been busy lately." Ningqi smiled. "Be careful on the road." Meng Qingling warned Ningqi before turning around and entering the cave. "Go." Ningqi patted Su Hongwen's shoulder, turned around and left. Seeing this, Su Hongwen hurriedly followed Meng Qingling's footsteps. At this time, Jiang Qing also arrived. "Master, where is junior brother? He left again?" She looked around but was disappointed when she did not see Ningqi, after which Jiang Qing's gaze landed on Su Hongwen. "You are." Disciple Su Hongwen greets Martial Ant. "He is your junior brother's new disciple. You will teach him in the future." Meng Qingling glanced at Su Hongwen and said, "Your current cultivation is too low. When you break through to the Do Zun realm, I will personally teach you." Junior brother accepted another new disciple? Surprise flashed across Jiang Qing's eyes. The talents of Ningqi's disciples were each more terrifying than the other. Ignoring the fact that Niu Dezhuang was about to break through to the Dozun realm, it should be known that a few years ago, Niu Dezhuang was still a servant disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. He could not even touch the edge of the Dowang realm. Little Yiwer and Zhuoling were probably able to successfully break through to the Dozun realm within 3 months. As the third senior sister, she would soon be surpassed by them. Ugh! I originally wanted to ask junior brother to go to the Dragon Realm with me to see if he could find the whereabouts of first senior brother and second senior sister. It seems that I can only ask Li Minji if he is willing to go with me. Jiang Qing sighed. The Dragon Realm is incomparably dangerous. Your first senior brother and second senior sister have their own opportunities. Do you understand? Meng Qingling frowned slightly and glanced at Jiang Qing. Yes, master. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Jiang Qing's eyes. However, Meng Qingling's tone was clearly warning her that her wings were not strong enough to ignore Meng Qingling. Little Six, come out and receive the guest. Ningqi did not return to the capital after leaving the War God Temple. Instead, he went to a remote mountain and landed in front of a courtyard. The door creaked open. Little Six stood inside with a cold expression. He looked at Ningqi and said, "When did I become the top girl of a brothel? Your way of thinking is unacceptable. It's too filthy." Ningqi shook his head and said, the aura on your body." Little Six's eyes suddenly lit up. Ignoring Ningqi's teasing, he appeared in front of Ningqi in a flash and sized him up carefully. "The aura of your bloodline has changed again. I've never seen such an aura before. The power it contains is probably—" Little Six's eyes revealed a look of surprise as he could not help but ask, "Are you hiding some secret from me?" "Dragon slaying system?" Ningqi smiled and said, "There's no secret. I only learned recently that I have the bloodline of the immortal race." "How much do you know about the immortal race?" "Bloodline of the immortal race? How can there be such a bloodline in this world?" Little Six's expression changed drastically as he subconsciously took 7 to 8 steps back. He stared at Ning Qi warily. Why are you overreacting? Could it be that my immortal race bloodline is stronger than your ancient sky dragon bloodline? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. Of course not. How can it be stronger than my ancient sky dragon bloodline? You have to know that I'm the overlord of this world. Little Six retorted immediately as though his tail had been stepped on. Oh, the overlord of a grade 2 fey beast. Ning Qi nodded. That's because I didn't use my nomological powers. Little Six could not help but roll his eyes. Cut the crap. Tell me about the bloodline of the immortal race. Ning Qi had other motives for coming here, but seeing Little Six react so strongly to the words bloodline of the immortal race, he could not help but feel curious. Is it really the bloodline of the immortal race? Little Six asked suspiciously, How did you know? I just know. Tell me. If not, go play in the demonic pet space. Ning Qi said nonchalantly. All right, you win. Do you remember back when you accepted the combat god Hall's heritage in the Dry Bones Forbidden Land, there was a question. How long has this world existed? The answer I taught you was 5 ancient and 13 epochs. Chapter 988. Eternal Immortality. Chapter 988. Eternal Immortality. 5 ancient and 13 eras? If I remember correctly, what does this have to do with the immortal tribe? Ning Qi frowned. Each epoch is 84,290,000 years. Each ancient is equivalent to 13 epochs. Today is the 5th ancient. 13 epochs. This calculation was created by the first generation ancestor of my heavenly dragon tribe. It started when the heavenly dragon tribe descended to this world. Little Six said flatly with a hint of pride on his face. Ning Qi calculated in his heart and was shocked by the number. The heavenly dragon tribe had existed for so long? Since you have the bloodline of the immortal tribe, there's something I have to tell you. The heavenly dragon tribe planned to hide this in our hearts forever and never mention it to anyone. Little Six sighed. Before the heavenly dragon tribe descended to this world, the heavenly dragon tribe had been living in the continent of the immortals. The continent of the immortals? Could it be? Ning Qi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Could it be that his bloodline was as ancient as Little Six? One day, my heavenly dragon clan offended a powerful being in the land of immortals. Under his slaughter, millions of heavenly dragons were almost completely wiped out. Only a few managed to escape, and by a stroke of luck, we came to this world. Little Six's eyes flashed with sorrow. Millions of heavenly dragons? Ning Qi gasped. He thought that the heavenly dragon tribe was like what Little Six had said, with only one descendant. He didn't expect the heavenly dragon tribe to have millions of members. With such a huge tribe and the terrifying strength of the heavenly dragon tribe, just what kind of existence could push them into such a desperate situation? How high is that existence's cultivation? Ning Qi asked subconsciously. Eternal immortality. Eternal immortality. Eternity. Eternity immortality. If it was before today when Ning Qi heard this word, he would not have had much of an idea. But now he already knew how long ancient represented. An immortal existence. This was an old monster that had lived for a long time. Was there really a creature that could exist forever like this? Even so, he did not intend to spare heavenly dragons. He sent a few immortals to chase us all the way to this world. In the end, we reached a certain deal, and they stopped. You are right. That eternal existence is like you. He is also an immortal. However, his bloodline is pure, while yours is mixed. If I'm not wrong, you should be a descendant of one of the immortals he sent to pursue us, the ancient sky dragon. Little Six said lightly. Doesn't that mean that there is an irreconcilable enmity between us? Ning Qi's gaze changed slightly. He finally knew why Little Six had such a strong reaction when he heard about the celestial bloodline. You plan to kill me? Little Six smiled faintly. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. We are brothers. Why would I kill you? I am me. I am Ningqi, regardless of the bloodline in me. It is a fact that cannot be changed. Besides, I didn't tell you everything. The bloodline in me is the bloodline of the world devastator mortals. It's not a pure celestial bloodline. If I have the chance in the future, I will storm my way back to the celestial continent and have a heart-to-heart talk with that eternal existence. I will ask him why he attacked your heavenly dragon tribe. Ningqi punched Little Six in the chest and grinned. He seemed to be deliberately lightening the mood, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. The bloodline of the world devastator immortals? I knew something was amiss. Little Six let out a sigh of relief when he saw Ningqi's expression. He knew that after so much time had passed, it was impossible for Ningqi to have anything to do with that immortal existence. Ningqi wouldn't become enemies with him just because of this, but it was inevitable that there would be some ill feelings in his heart. After Ningqi expressed his stance, the grudge dissipated. Little Six finally heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that Ningqi's bloodline was not only impure, it was not a pure celestial bloodline. Following that, his eyes lit up as he whispered, "If we really storm our way back to the celestial continent one day, will you stand on my side?" "Do you still remember what you called me when you just hatched out of the egg?" Ningqi smiled. "Boss?" Little Six had an odd expression. "You clearly called me father." Ningqi rolled his eyes. I don't remember." Little Six was infuriated. Although the ancient celestial dragon could inherit the memories of the past, his mind was still in a state of chaos when he was just born. As a result, he had actually called Ningqi Dad. Now that he thought about it, it was really not worth it. A father for a day, a father for life. Since you call me Dad, I'll storm our way back to the celestial continent in the future. Ningqi laughed out loud. "You're taking advantage of me again." Little Six pretended to be angry as he growled. However, a trace of warmth flashed in his heart. "Let's not talk about this. These matters are too far away from us. Can't you see that I have already broken through to the Battle Dan realm? This kind of progress far exceeds Little Z and the rest, right? What are they doing? Why haven't they come out to see me after so long?" Ningqi laughed. "Is that so?" A strange smile flashed in Little Six's eyes as he suddenly snapped his fingers. Following that, several figures instantly tore through the air and appeared in front of Ningqi. "What are you all doing? Breaking through again?" Ningqi was dumbfounded as he looked at Ningzi, Ningbai, Ningjin, and Fatty Ning. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were exuding a kind of aura. It was the aura of the power of law. Moreover, it seemed to be much stronger than his own, probably about the same as Tuobashuan. "Boss!" Ningzi threw herself into Ningqi's arms and kept rubbing her head on Ningqi's chest as if she wanted to burrow into it. Well, this was Little Z's unique way of acting, coquettishly. When she transformed into her real body, she would act coquettishly like this. However, she was now in human form and her figure was very hot. Ningqi was a little overwhelmed. All right. Ningqi grabbed Ningzi's shoulder and put her aside. Ningbai put his hands behind his back and his face was indifferent. He looked at Ningqi and nodded. However, Ningqi knew that because of his limited IQ, he might not be able to express too many emotions. Ningqi would not blame him. Ningjin was a little taller and still had a head of golden hair. He was like a punk, his eyes were extremely lively, and his whole body was filled with a sense of cleverness. "Spirit cultivation pill, spirit cultivation pill." Fatty Ning looked at Ningqi with a smile. "Little Six, can he still be saved?" Ningqi looked at Little Six. Little Six shook his head silently. "Little Fatty, don't worry. Boss will not give up on you no matter what." Ningqi touched Fatty Ning's head lovingly. Chapter 989. Revisit the withered bones. In other words, they have already condensed their monster dawn and are equivalent to the Do Dan realm experts of the human race. Ning Qi was a little curious. What method did Little Six have to allow Ning Zi and the others to increase their cultivation so quickly? He had to devour countless law fish to reach his current cultivation level. Second brother, show me your law of lightning. Little Six pouted at Ning Zi. Ning Zi nodded. In the next moment, a mighty power of law surged out of her body and instantly enveloped her whole body. In the blink of an eye, Ning Zi disappeared in front of Ning Qi. Little Violet's law power is related to speed? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. More or less. Little Six nodded proudly. How fast is it? Ning Qi asked curiously. You'll know soon enough. Little Six chuckled. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ning Zi once again appeared in front of everyone. Beside her was a pale-faced guy with hair standing on end. Boss! Boss! It's an enemy attack, boss! Duan Yingjun was terrified. When he saw Ning Qi, his eyes immediately revealed wild joy, and he shouted in panic. Shut up! It's not an enemy attack. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Only then did Duan Yingjun come to his senses. When he saw Ning Zi clearly, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief because he had seen Little Zi before. Little Zi, you just went back to the War God Temple and brought this guy out? Ning Qi asked. Little Zi nodded and said, Yes, this guy was in seclusion just now. Boss, is my speed okay? Your speed isn't just good. It's dozens of times faster than mine. Ning Qi let out a gasp of surprise and became very interested in the lightning laws on Ning Zi's body. Unfortunately, the way he comprehended the laws was different from ordinary people. He could only wait for the chance to encounter a divine item filled with the lightning laws in the future. Boss, you captured me and brought me here just to test my speed? Duan Yingjun was a little indignant. As he spoke, he didn't forget to run his hand through his hair. However, his hair seemed to have gone through a deep transformation. If he wanted it to fall, he would probably have to wait for a while. I'll show you the speed of the power of laws. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Ning Qi laughed. So it's the power of law. No wonder it's so fast. Oh, the power of law? What? Does Little Purple possess the power of law? Isn't that? Duan Yingjun stared at Little Zi dumbfounded, his eyes full of disbelief. All right, let's go back to the War God Temple. Ning Qi waved his hand and said, I don't have anything else to do for the time being. I can go back with you later. Little Six suddenly said, That's good. A hint of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. With Little Six around, if he encountered any danger, he could use him to pull him out. Little Six consciously entered the demon pet space, or it could be said that he was too lazy to move by himself. Ning Jin and the others also followed suit. They no longer needed Ning Qi's permission to enter the demon pet space on their own. Afterward, Ning Qi asked Little Zi to take him and Duan Yingjun back to the War God Temple. Before Duan Yingjun could give a speech, Ning Qi took Ning Zi back to the capital. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. Old ancestor, it seems like he's not in the courtyard. Zhongli Huatian finally couldn't help but speak. Scholar Heaven and Earth nodded. I indeed can't sense Senior Ning's aura. Then why don't we leave first? Zhongli Huatian always felt that the surveillance of Tuobashuan and the others made him feel very uncomfortable and a trace of unease. Scholar Heaven and Earth merely glanced at him indifferently. I hope that you will forget about the grudge between you and Elder Ning from before and not remember it in your heart. With your talent, it might not be a problem for you to break through to the Do D class. However, even I am not confident that you will be able to advance to the Do Dan class in this lifetime. You are no match for him. I understand. Zhongli Huatian unwillingly lowered his head and said, It's time to go. Ning Qi's voice suddenly sounded from the side of the two. Scholar Heaven and Earth and Zhongli Huatian were both shocked. This kind of undetectable method, an expert of the Dodi realm, was indeed incomparable. If Ning Qi did not speak just now, and instead attacked, the two of them would probably not even know how they died. Zhongli Huatian's expression became even uglier. Even Ning Zi did not notice. This is... Scholar Heaven and Earth looked at Ning Zi, and his heart suddenly jumped. A familiar aura was that the power of law? Another Do Dan realm cultivator? Ning Qi smiled and did not say anything. He only glanced at Ning Zi, who nodded. In the next moment, the law of lightning instantly enveloped the four of them. With a swoosh, the four of them instantly disappeared on the spot. What's going on? Tuoba Xuan had been hiding in the void, continuously monitoring the small courtyard where Ning Qi was at. However, just now he suddenly felt a gentle breeze brushing past his face. This wind is strange. Tuoba Xuan's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and directly rushed into the small courtyard. After scanning with his spirit, he did not find any trace of Ning Qi. He actually slipped away right under my nose. Tuoba Xuan's expression became extremely ugly. Dry bones, forbidden land. Great net empire. Capital city. After a few years, Ning Qi once again stepped into this land. The last time he came here, he was just a small dozong. He was chased by Zhongli Huatian all the way, and was in a sorry state. In the end, he was blocked at the War God Temple ruins. After that, he escaped to the Lingwu mainland and broke through to the Dozun realm. After that, he beat Zhongli Huatian into a cripple and took his revenge. Now, Zhongli Huatian didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him. The ancestor of the Zhongli family, the scholar of heaven and earth, had to politely stand beside Ning Qi. In just a few years, the status of the two of them had changed greatly. Ning Beixian, it's really you. You tricked me so badly. Return the demonic tone bell to me. All of a sudden, a furious roar came from behind him. Ning Qi felt a stream of battle energy directly attacking his back. However, before he could do anything, Scholar Heaven and Earth's expression changed slightly. His body shook, and the stream of battle energy instantly disappeared without a trace. Ning Beixian? Could it be the one from Dongxian? Rumor has it that he transformed into a heavenly demon and sold beauty-suppressing pills in our capital city. Many of the imperial concubines were his good friends. However, he seemed to have offended a big shot from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Now, the experts that the Heaven and Earth Pavilion sent to Dongxian all have a side mission, which is to find Ning Beixian's whereabouts. This guy is him? How dare he come to my great net empire? The cultivators nearby heard the sudden shout, and all their gazes fell on Ning Qi. Their eyes were filled with shock and suspicion. Ning Qi turned around and saw Lin Wei glaring at him. Sect leader Lin, why are you shouting to kill me the moment we meet? Chapter 990. Getting something with nothing. This person was none other than Lin Wei, the sect master of the Han sect, who sold the beauty-suppressing pill to Ning Qi when he first arrived at the capital of the Daluo dynasty. At that time, Lin Wei was constantly targeted by the sect master of the Kasaipa sect under the command of Zhongli Huatian because of the demon tone bell. The sect master wanted Lin Wei to hand over the demon tone bell. In the end, Zhongli Huatian lost a great opportunity because of this. The demon tone bell, also known as the Nine Divine Bell, was obtained by Ning Qi. Ning Qi did not dare to use it easily. Later on, because Ning Qi stole his limelight in the Han sect, Lin Wei chose to part ways with Ning Qi. He did not expect to meet Ning Qi again when he arrived at the capital. Want to kill me? You're an otherworldly demon. You tricked the demon tone bell for me. Do you know how the Kasaipa sect has been targeting the Han sect? I've been kicked out of the sect, and am no longer the sect master. Lin Wei said while gritting his teeth. Otherworldly demon? Where? A few figures broke through the air and landed directly between Lin Wei and Ning Qi. When everyone saw the clothes they were wearing, they gasped in shock. These people wore red clothes with a red sun embroidered on them. They were one of the 36 battle marshals of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, the best of the best. Seniors, you've come at the right time. This is the otherworldly demon, Ning Beixian. Young Master Zhongli will reward you greatly if you capture him. Lin Wei quickly cupped his hands at them. The battle marshals sneered and sized Ning Qi up greedily. They temporarily ignored Ning Zi, the scholar of heaven and earth, and Zhongli Huatian. You're Ning Beixian? Yes, that's me. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. The otherworldly demon is really arrogant now. You don't even need to hide your identity in the Daluo dynasty. I heard that the pavilion master has been looking for you. It's your bad luck to meet us today. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just capture him. One of the battle marshal's eyeballs moved slightly, and he decisively attacked Ning Qi before the others could do so. You deserve this. Lin Wei looked at Ning Qi, and his face revealed a cold smile. Wait. Zhongli Huatian unwillingly opened his mouth and berated. The generals instinctively glanced at him when they heard this, and their hands froze in place. Young Master Zhongli, why are you here? Could it be that Ning Beixian is already under your control? A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the generals. Zhongli Huatian glanced at Ning Qi and snorted coldly in his heart. He looked at Scholar of Heaven and Earth and cupped his hands, saying, Ancestor, they don't know that they are innocent. Why don't you let them leave? Ancestor. Zhongli Huatian addressed this person as Old Ancestor. Could he be the marshals Lin Wei and the cultivators nearby immediately inspected the Scholar of Heaven and Earth? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed their minds, as if a bolt of lightning had struck them. Pavilion Master? The few generals were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Scholar Heaven and Earth glanced at them indifferently, then smiled at Ning Qi and said, Senior Ning, how do you think we should deal with these people? If you really want to let me deal with them, you shouldn't have stopped him just now. Forget it. I'll give you face and let them scram. Ning Qi said indifferently. The other party was stopped by Zhongli Huatian before they could even touch the hem of his clothes, so Ning Qi naturally had no reason to make a move. Did you hear that? Scram. Scholar Heaven and Earth said indifferently. Yes, I'll leave right away. The few marshals were shocked. They didn't have time to think about why Scholar Heaven and Earth was so respectful to Ning Beixian and turned to leave. Scholar Heaven and Earth. He's the pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Scholar Heaven and Earth. Even the current emperor of the Daluo dynasty has to call him Uncle Master. Why would he be so polite to a demon from beyond the heavens? Haven't you heard about the recent changes in the world? Even the pavilion master isn't the strongest existence in this world anymore. There are still Battle Dan cultivators above him. Ning Beixian is a Battle Dan cultivator? How is that possible? The cultivators nearby felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads. A chill rose in their hearts as they looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Lin Wei stood rooted to the ground, confused by the sudden turn of events, unable to react for a long time. Sect Master Lin will meet again. A trace of pity flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. Back then, Lin Wei had received his father's blessing in order to break through to the Dozun realm and take charge of the Han Mountain sect. The 9 mysterious divine bell had also been passed down to him. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was his aptitude or his intelligence, it was likely that he would disappoint his father in the underworld. After Ning Qi and the others left, Lin Wei felt his legs go weak and he suddenly fell to the ground. At this moment, he realized that he was covered in cold sweat and looked in the direction Ning Qi and the others left in fear. Where is the divine item you mentioned? It was in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. If I hadn't comprehended the energy of the laws in there, I might not have been able to attain my current accomplishments with my natural talent. Oh, of course, compared to Senior Ning, my accomplishments are nothing. Scholar Heaven and Earth smiled ingratiatingly. He paused and said hesitantly, "That magic artifact. Do you think I'll give you a magic artifact? Bring me to see the divine item. When the time comes, the capital will be very lively. What magic artifact do you want? I'll just snatch it for you." Ning Qi said indifferently. The corners of Ning Zi's mouth curled up slightly. "Snatch for me?" Scholar Heaven and Earth was slightly startled. "Ancestor, he's trying to get something without risking anything." Zhongli Huatian transmitted his voice angrily. "I can hear you transmitting your battle qi. Wait until you condense the power of law in the future. Then you can speak ill of me under my nose," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Zhongli Huatian was shocked and quickly shut his mouth. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Children don't know any better. Senior Ning, please forgive me. I naturally trust you. The divine item is in the forbidden area of the pavilion of heaven and earth. Please follow me." Scholar Heaven and Earth was a little angry before, but it soon dissipated. Since he had brought Ning Qi here, if he did not bring him to see the divine item, everyone in the pavilion of heaven and earth would probably die. It was better to give it a try. If Ning Qi really kept his promise, then he might really be able to obtain a magic artifact that he liked. In the worst-case scenario, he could just snatch the magic artifact from the 3 dragon emperors and use it. As for the divine item, he had been studying it for so many years and had not used up much of his qi. Presumably, Ning Qi would also not use up much of his qi. Speaking of which, he was the one who was trying to get something without risking anything. Thinking of this, Scholar Heaven and Earth's lips curled up slightly. If he knew that there was such a magic artifact that could collect divine items, and if he knew that Ning Qi could directly devour divine items, he would not have dared to make a deal with Ning Qi. "Pavilion Master, is that Ning Beixian?" The venerable sovereigns of the pavilion of heaven and earth rushed over after hearing the news. However, Scholar Heaven and Earth did not let them follow, so they could only look at their backs from afar in shock. Soon, Ning Qi arrived at the forbidden area of the pavilion of heaven and earth under Scholar Heaven and Earth's guidance. Not far away, a dragon blood fruit tree was growing vigorously. Chapter 991. A small improvement. The dragon blood fruit tree was one of the most important cultivation resources in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Even though it had no effect on humans, it could be exchanged for cultivation resources from the dragon clan. There were hundreds of ripe dragon blood fruits on the tree. Ning Qi smiled at Scholar of Heaven and Earth when he thought of Snow Spirit. "I want these dragon blood fruits." "Okay." Scholar of Heaven and Earth hesitated for a moment before nodding. Zhongli Huatian's expression changed again. He gritted his teeth. Ning Qi looked at the divine item. It was twice as big as the one unearthed from the battlefield of the dragon deity. However, its aura surprised Ning Qi. A divine item without an attribute? Doesn't that mean the law fish inside can be refined into the 3 types of laws I have now? Senior Ning, are you satisfied with this divine item? Scholar of Heaven and Earth smiled. "I will accept this divine item. You will get your own ritual implement." Ning Qi nodded indifferently. After informing Ning Zi, he walked into the divine object. Ning Zi glanced at the Scholar of Heaven and Earth with a faint smile. The Scholar of Heaven and Earth hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. Ning Zi's lightning law from before had already made him rather convinced in his heart. To return to the capital of the great Net Empire from the 9-region empire, she actually only spent the time to drink a cup of tea. With this kind of speed, if they were to fight, some of the Do-Dan realm who had not tempered their physical body might not be a match for her. Inside the divine item, as soon as Ning Qi entered, he transformed into his true form of the world devastator immortal. His golden eyes emitted a faint chill. The law fish without an attribute seemed to have smelled blood and surged into Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi once again felt the power of the immortal tribe's bloodline. The law power that others needed to slowly refine was thrown into his arms without reservation. There are definitely plenty of immortals with pure bloodlines in the land of immortals. Their speed of devouring the power of laws might be several times faster than mine, and the rate of use shouldn't be so low. Once Dragon Slaying Mall is completed, I will definitely increase the level of my bloodline. 1,000 law fishes could only allow Ning Qi to condense 1 law power. Such a utilization rate was simply too low. Half a month passed. Ning Qi did not come out, but Scholar of Heaven and Earth was shocked to find that his divine item had shrunk. Senior Ning, this is? Scholar Heaven and Earth couldn't help but look at Ning Zi. Ning Zi said indifferently, "This divine item belongs to Boss. He can do whatever he wants with it. Do you have any objections?" A tinge of regret rose in Scholar Heaven and Earth's heart, but he soon comforted himself by saying that he could still bear the slight loss of the divine item. It was worth it to exchange it for a low-grade magic tool. Another half a month passed. The divine object shrank again. Scholar Heaven and Earth was already a little restless. Zhongli Huaiyan's face was filled with anxiety. At this rate, was Ning Beixian going to monopolize this divine item in just a few short months? This was completely different from what he had thought before. As time passed, the divine object shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being madly absorbed by someone. Scholar of Heaven and Earth's face was somewhat pale. Initially, he thought that Ning Qi would not be able to take the divine item away and would only be comprehending it. The loss would be minimal. Although he said that he was exchanging the divine item with Ning Qi for a Dharma artifact, in reality, the divine item still belonged to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. But now, the abnormal loss of the divine item had already made him a little anxious. What should he do if the divine item really disappeared? He was slightly better off, as he had already comprehended the power of the law. As long as he accumulated enough time, he would have a 50 to 60% chance of forming a battle Dan. However, it was almost impossible for the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to produce another existence similar to him. A divine item was the foundation of a sect. Pop! The last bit of the divine item finally disappeared, revealing Ning Qi's imposing celestial bloodline true body. Scholar of Heaven and Earth and Zhongli Huatian immediately revealed a trace of fear in their eyes. This was because the physical body of the other party gave them the feeling of a monarch descending upon the world. It was as if they had become ordinary people and were meeting the ruler of a nation. 1 law of wood, 1 law of ice, and 6 laws of fire. Ning Qi had fed all the fish of law to the law of fire this time, adding a total of 4 laws. It had only taken him a few months. If an ordinary cultivator in the Battle Dan realm could condense 1 law in a year, they should be laughing up their sleeves. As long as I increase the utilization rate, the speed of condensing the power of law will naturally increase. Ning Qi murmured and glanced at the update progress of the dragon slaying system. 53%. It's already more than half. In another year or 2, it'll be almost there. Ning Qi glanced at Scholar of Heaven and Earth and saw his pale face as if he couldn't accept the disappearance of the divine item. Ning Qi smiled in his heart and said, "I've already taken your divine item. The capital should be much livelier now. Let's go. I'll look for an artifact for you." "Thank you, Senior Ning." Scholar of Heaven and Earth forced a smile. The 4 of them left the forbidden area and found many people guarding outside. Among them, there were dozens of people emitting the aura of a battle emperor. They were the emperors of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Ning Qi glanced around and saw a few familiar faces. There was Medusa, the 8th concubine of Emperor Tongxian, Yin Shaoyan, the child of Emperor Tongxian, and Emperor Tongxian standing in front of them. Apart from Medusa, there were also a few imperial concubines who were familiar with Ning Qi. At this moment, they looked at Ning Qi with surprise. Is it really Ning Beixian? Why did he come out of the forbidden area with the pavilion master? Who's that purple-haired lady? Her aura seems to be more terrifying than the pavilion master's. Everyone was shocked. You came at the right time. Come and greet Senior Ning Xian, Scholar of Heaven and Earth said calmly. Senior Ning? What happened? Everyone was stunned. Senior Ning is already a Battle Dan cultivator. What are you waiting for? Scholar of Heaven and Earth's expression changed slightly. A Battle Dan cultivator? Ning Xian became a Battle Dan cultivator? The ones who were the most shocked were the imperial concubines who had bought beauty pills from him. Medusa and Yin Xiaoyan looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Then, everyone came to their senses and quickly went forward to greet him. You're too kind. Ningqi chuckled and looked at Medusa. Imperial concubine, do you still have enough beauty-suppressing pills? Yes, I do. Medusa nodded, feeling flattered. As the biggest dealer under Ningqi, she had saved a lot of beauty pills to resell, so it was naturally enough. Emperor Tongxian glanced at her and then at Ningqi. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. That's good. If you don't have enough in the future, just send someone to tell me. The price will be the same as before. Ningqi chuckled. Chapter 992. The stone tablet was unearthed. Chapter 992. The center of the continent was not the land of the ancient monster clan, nor was it the water dragon holy land, but an obscure continent fragment. Before the great change of the world, it had never been revealed to the public. This area was not big, only equivalent to the east, west, south, north, and south mysterious land. However, it had a very famous name, Sky Martial Continent. In this place, everyone revered martial arts and ruled the country with sections. There was a total of 18 top sects, and every sect had an initial stage Dan realm expert. In comparison, it was much stronger than the Lingwu continent, but compared to the 4 great families and the 9 palaces and 8 sects, it was inferior. Recently, a major event happened in the Sky Martial Continent. An ancient god's tomb was suddenly opened by a few rank 10 Qi refining realm cultivators. More than a dozen divine objects were unearthed, one after another. These divine objects were of different sizes, but the smallest one had more than 1,000 fish of law. The 18 great sects of the Sky Martial Continent immediately blocked the information and prepared to explore on their own. In the end, the information was not blocked. Countless powerful sects directly came to the Sky Martial Continent. Among these sects, there were at least 3 or 4 early-stage Battle Dan realm experts. In one night, the Sky Martial Continent was conquered and divided. The 18 great sects were no match for them and could only give up the god's tomb. However, what made them feel better was that in less than 3 days, a dragon and a demon, 9 palaces and 8 sects, and 4 great families sent a large number of experts to this place. Every faction had sent out intermediate stage Dan realm expert. Every action of theirs was accompanied by the power of law. Not only were the divine objects that had been unearthed taken away by the dragon and the demon, but the god's tomb also fell into their control. At this moment, the excavation project was in full swing. More than a dozen early-stage Battle Dan realm experts stood in the void, vigilantly scanning the god's tomb. The workers who excavated the god's tomb were all disciples brought by the great families. Their cultivation was at least rank 9 Qi refining realm. Because the dragon and the demon were the strongest, they occupied the center of the god's tomb. Fu Kuin, your Emperor Imperial Demon Palace, is really full of holes. Why didn't you send that monkey over this time? A young man with a pair of dragon horns on his head glanced mockingly at a middle-aged, burly man not far away. That middle-aged, burly man was a shape-shifted demon from the Emperor Imperial Demon Palace. He was an expert at the initial stage of the Dan realm. His eyes occasionally flashed with the power of law. Gu Shui Langtao, that monkey has been hiding in Yua City since he defeated a few small fries from your ancient water dragon palace. If you want him to go on a mission, you'll have to wait for a few years. The middle-aged man chuckled. In the distance, The Do-Dan realm cultivators from the 9 palaces and 8 sects, as well as the 4 great clans, watched the two of them bickering. A trace of a smile flashed in their eyes. The 2 strongest factions had never been on good terms with each other. On one side was the ancient Water Dragon clan, while the other side was the ancient Demon clan. Both sides did not see eye to eye with each other. In the short span of a year after the world's change, they had already fought thousands of battles. Every day, there would be people from both factions fighting. If it wasn't for that, the 2 factions would have joined hands, and they would have been swept away. Gu Shui Langtao was about to open his mouth to mock Fu Kuan. Suddenly, a scream came from below. A few rank 10 shape-shifted dragons and rank 10 shape-shifted demons were killed on the spot. The rest of them turned around and fled in panic. In the center of the divine tomb, there was fresh blood oozing out. There was a faint demonic aura coming from the blood, which made everyone's heart palpitate. The main item of the divine tomb is about to be unearthed. Quickly inform the elders. Everyone immediately sent out the message. Not long later, over 10 figures broke through the sky and arrived. They were the elders sent by the various factions. Each of them was an expert at the intermediate stage of the Do-Dan realm. The power of the laws that they had condensed was between 1,000 to 1,300. Their strength was very close. Elder. Gu Shui Langtao cupped his hands towards the elder of the Water Dragon clan. Fu Kuan and the others also greeted their respective elders. Demonic blood? I'm afraid the cultivation of the tomb's owner is much higher than ours. He should be an ancient demon. The intermediate stage Do-Dan realm cultivator of the Water Dragon clan looked at the blood oozing out of the center of the divine tomb with a serious face. There might be treasures inside. Should we open it and take a look? Since it is a tomb, it is obvious that the owner of the tomb is dead. The elder of the Imperial Demon Palace said faintly, "Open it." They exchanged glances with each other and were about to open the tomb from a distance. The next moment, there was a magical change in the center of the tomb of the God of Sin. A huge stone slowly rose from the tomb of the God of Sin and stopped in midair. There were some small characters written on the huge stone. These small words recorded the life of the owner of the tomb. I am the 9th Heaven Devil Master. When I was breaking through the eternal life realm, I was attacked by a good friend. When I was dying, I left this tomb. There are dozens of divine items inside. If you are confident, you can enter the dragon domain. There are many divine items inside. It is the most suitable place for cultivation. I don't expect anyone to avenge me. I only hope that the fated person can enter the real dragon domain. It is rumored that there are countless eternal life realm experts inside. It is the most suitable place for people of my generation. Behind the words, there seemed to be a map. Everyone present had already memorized the contents of the stone tablet in their hearts. Everyone, whether the words on this tablet are true or false, it needs to be confirmed. However, do you know where the map on it leads to? The elder of the Imperial Demon Palace said faintly, "Will it be in the Sky Martial Continent?" Someone frowned. "Here? You don't understand the map? The mark on it is obviously beyond this place. It is more like the appearance of the continent after the great changes." What? Everyone took a breath of cold air. Could it be that the 9th Heaven Devil Master was actually an existence of that era? Whether it was the land of the ancient demon clan or the Water Dragon Holy Land. There were several ancient books in each place which recorded a very long period of ancient times. It said that the original continent had not been broken and was very vast. A Do-Dan realm cultivator, even if he flew for a lifetime, would not be able to touch the edge of the continent. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely curious about the dragon domain recorded on the stone tablet. I seem to have heard of the word dragon domain somewhere. An early-stage Do-Dan realm elder of the Zhu family frowned and said to himself. He didn't realize that everyone's eyes were focused on him. The middle stage Do Dan realm elder of the Zhu family suddenly became extremely pale. He couldn't wait to slap him to death. If he knew the clues, he should hide it in his heart. How could he say it like this? That elder obviously knew his mistake, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Chapter 993. Dongxian. Chapter 993. A storm rises this. The early stage battle Dan realm cultivator from the Zhu clan hesitated. He knew that he had done something wrong and could only look at his elder with a pale face. If you don't say it, we will join forces to destroy the Zhu clan. Gu Shui Langtao said calmly. The elder of the ancient water dragon palace, who was standing beside him, nodded slowly. Say it. The intermediate stage battle Dan realm elder of the Zhu clan scolded them. If they were to be besieged because of this, the Zhu clan would be in a very passive position. There is a remote place called Dongxian. There seems to be a place called Dragon Field there. Dongxian? Everyone looked at each other and immediately made a decision in their hearts. Regardless of whether what they said was true or not, they had to go and take a look. In the end, they took away the steel and left it to the ancient water dragon palace and the imperial demon palace to look after it. As for the tomb of the god of sin, the intermediate stage fighting Dan realm cultivators used the power of law to dig it up and unearthed several divine objects. Just like the immortal martial continent, they also had celestial devices to collect divine objects. After collecting these divine objects, they directly flew toward the Dongxian land. After this group of people left the Sky Martial Continent, the sect leaders of the 18 sects of the Sky Martial Continent looked at the empty divine tomb in silence. When the ordinary disciples, as well as the rogue, cultivators, and commoners of the Martial Sky Continent heard about this, they all swore to cultivate properly. Otherwise, in this world, they would only be bullied by others. Maybe we can go to Dongxian and see if we can find the dragon field. The stone tablet had appeared in public, so other than the dragon and the demon, the other cultivators had seen what was written on it. After a small discussion, the 18 major sects of the Tianwu continent decided to bring a group of disciples and elders to Dongxian personally. This is Dongxian. The cultivation of these creatures is really low, in the sky above the vast forest. The elder of the imperial demon palace had a look of disdain in his eyes. It is worse than the Sky Martial Continent. The elder of the ancient water dragon palace nodded in agreement. You said that you've heard of the dragon realm here. Where is the dragon realm? An intermediate stage Do Dan realm cultivator coldly looked at the initial stage Do Dan realm cultivator from the Zhu clan and said, Senior, I've only heard about it from the news of the younger generation in my family. In fact, I'm not sure if the dragon domain is here. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Zhu Danqi's forehead. Where is that junior of yours? This place is very similar to the route recorded on the stone stele. Although there are some differences in the landscape, it is normal that so many years have passed. The Zhu clan's middle stage Do Dan realm elder said faintly. He seems to be in the 9 States Empire? Zhu Danqi said with uncertainty. Then let's go to the empire of the 9 states. The 9 States Empire. The imperial palace. It was a very lively day. Zhu Qin, Tuobian, and Wenren Miua were sitting in the main seats, while Su Hengtao, Tuobadong, and the others were sitting on both sides. Other than them, the 9 great clans' Doshing elders were also present, such as Chu Zhongtian and Yuan Daohan. Apart from them, the sect leaders of the 35 top sects were also present. They were considering whether to rely on the greedy wolf, sect behind Tuobian, or the Zhu clan behind Zhu Qin. The geniuses of the past were now standing behind their respective elders. They did not even have the qualifications to sit. Their gazes were filled with envy when they saw Zhu Qin. When they learned that Zhu Chen's true age was only 14 years old, they felt even more envious in their hearts. Young Master Zhu, you have already broken through to a 1-star Do Zun at such a young age. It will not be difficult for you to reach the Do-Dan realm in the future, Yuan Daohan said with a smile. Although Zhu Qin didn't think much of what Elder Yuan said, he knew that it wasn't easy to reach the Do-Dan realm. But when he saw a large group of people looking at him with jealousy, he felt very comfortable. He said with a faint smile, Elder Yuan is overpraising me. You are too kind. Yuan Daohan felt joy in his heart. Currently, the 9 great clans had already pledged their allegiance to the Zhu clan. Being able to have direct contact with the disciples of the Zhu clan and form a relationship would be very beneficial for his future development. The Tuoba clan's Dosheng had only received news a month ago that 5 experts with the surname Tuoba had appeared in the capital. 4 of them were Peak Do-Di, who had refined one law. The last one was actually an expert at the beginning stage of the Do-Dan realm. This discovery made him extremely excited, and he had rushed to the capital. Only today did he have the opportunity to meet the other party. Hence, his gaze had been sizing up Tuoba Xian intentionally or unintentionally. Tuoba Xian smiled faintly and exchanged glances with him. He said faintly, You are Tuoba Chi Feng. Tuoba Chi Feng hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands together when he heard this. Tuoba Chi Feng greets Elder Tuoba Xian. A thoughtful look appeared on everyone's face. Could it be that Tuoba Xian was really related to the Tuoba clan? Even Zhu Qin was sizing up Tuoba Xian's expression intentionally or unintentionally. A trace of reminiscence flashed through Tuoba Xian's eyes. After a while, he nodded faintly. Back then, I was also a side-branch disciple of the Tuoba clan. As soon as this was said, everyone's body shook and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Tuoba Chi Feng was wild with joy. He said with a trembling voice, Elder, are you really the Tuoba clan's patriarch? The other members of the Tuoba clan were so excited that their bodies trembled. One of them revealed a wild joy in his eyes. The aura on his body was not rich, and he only had the cultivation of a Do Huang. However, everyone present recognized him. He was Tuoba Xiao. Back then, he was also a famous Dosheng. Later on, his cultivation had been personally crippled by the Tuoba clan's missing Do-Di, Tuoba Xinlong in the Eastern Divine Kingdom, because of his grudge with Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, if you had cultivated peacefully, I would not have had any hope of taking revenge in this lifetime. Unfortunately, you have made enemies everywhere. This elder Tuoba Xian in front of me is actually a disciple of the Tuoba clan. You must not have thought that the heavens have eyes. The opportunity for me to take revenge has finally come. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Xian Shao laughed wildly in his heart, but a trace of mockery flashed through Tuoba Xian's eyes. Back then, I was oppressed by my clan. Later on, I coincidentally became an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. My current cultivation has nothing to do with the Tuoba clan. However, I do have some impression of Tuoba Yunqing. Unfortunately, he is now missing. Otherwise, I would like to meet him. What? Elder Tuoba Xian was not welcomed by the Tuoba clan back then? Oppressed. The people of the Tuoba clan are really blind. An expert who can break through to the Do-Dan realm must be a heaven-defying existence. How could they not pay attention to such an existence? Chapter 994. Embellishment, this. I really don't know much about the past. Tuoba Kuin smiled bitterly. Tuoba Kuin was about to speak when Zhu Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of joy. He stood up and looked at the hundreds of black dots in the sky. The Zhu family's patriarch is here. The Zhu family's patriarch? Tuoba Xuan and Wenrenmu looked at each other and slowly stood up. Although they were disdainful of the current factions in the continent, they were only experts at the initial stage of the Do-Dan realm. The patriarch that the Zhu clan was going to send over had the same cultivation level as them, or even higher. If they wanted to join hands with the Zhu clan to take down Ning Qi, they had to show a certain amount of respect. Something's not right. The black dots were getting closer and closer. Tuoba Kuin and Wenran Miwe sensed a trace of a terrifying aura. Their faces were filled with horror. Mid-stage battle Dan cultivators. Not just one. There are 50 to 60 early-stage battle Dan cultivators. Why did they come here? Wenren Fmiwa exclaimed and couldn't help but transmit her voice. In short, it has absolutely nothing to do with Ningbaitian. He is not worthy of a mid-stage battle Dan cultivator to take action. Let's wait and see. Tuoba Kuin transmitted his voice. All right. Wenren Muiwa might hate Tuoba Kuin, but she knew that Tuoba Kuin was much more experienced than her. It was definitely the right choice to listen to him. So many people are here. Are these people all Battle Dan cultivators? Impossible. They are almost there. Those who are not Battle Dan cultivators are at least Emperor Do, or even Peak Emperor Do. Everyone from the 9 super clans and the 35 great sects had shocked expressions on their faces. This, Master! Su Hingtao was shocked and quickly looked at Tuoba. Don't be afraid. Tuoba Kuin comforted. Su Hingtao heaved a sigh of relief. The pleasant surprise on Zhu Chen's face gradually faded away. What replaced it was shock. Not only did he see the ancestor of his branch, Zhu Danchi, but he also saw the only 4 intermediate stage Do Dan realm ancestor of the Zhu clan, Zhu Shiji, a dragon and a demon, 9 palaces and 8 sects for great clans. Hu Yi, who was standing behind Zhu Qin, was shocked. Zhu Shiji and the rest landed in front of the crowd. They only briefly sized up the crowd before standing there expressionlessly. Zhu Danchi hurriedly walked in front of Zhu Qin. Zhu Chun bowed respectfully and said, Disciple Zhu Chun greets Patriarch. Dispense with the formalities. You sent a message back to the family, saying that there's a place called the Dragon Field in Dongshan and suggested the family to investigate it? Zhu Danchi went straight to the point. Dragon Field? Zhu Chen was slightly stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Could it be that so many people had come for the dragon territory? Didn't that mean he had made a great contribution? Dragon Field? The eyes of Su Hingtao and the other local cultivators flickered with astonishment. Why did the old ancestor of the Zhu clan ask about this place? Wasn't this a training ground that only Dongshuan's top supreme being geniuses had the right to enter? To ordinary cultivators in Dongshan, it was a place of dreams, but in reality it was not much more famous than the forbidden land of dry bones. There is indeed a place called the Dragon Field, Zhu Qin quickly said. Zhu Danchi heaved a sigh of relief. He found this junior whom he had only met a few times to be pleasing to the eye. He hurriedly turned to Zhu Shiji and said, First uncle, Long Yu is right here. Zhu Shiji nodded and glanced at the other middle-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators. He smiled and said, The disciples of the Zhu clan did not speak carelessly. You did not come here for nothing, did you? Gu Shui Langtao whispered to himself. It could be a place with the same name. Zhu Shiji glanced at him and then at the elder of the ancient water dragon palace beside Gu Shui Langtao. He chose to forgive the dragon clan's mockery. Well, Patriarch, these 2 are cultivators from the Greedy Wolf sect. Zhu Qin said, I am the outer sect elder of the Greedy Wolf sect, Tuoba Xuan. Greedy Wolf sect inner sect disciple Wenren Muyue. Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Muyue stepped forward and cupped their fists. Greedy Wolf sect? Everyone's expression changed slightly. They looked at the 2 thoughtfully. In their memory, they had never heard of this sect. It should be a small sect, right? However, the outer sect elder and inner sect disciple already had early-stage Battle Dan realm cultivation. Perhaps this sect was a little stronger than the sects in the Sky Martial Continent. Zhu Danchi knew that he had no right to speak at this moment, so he could only look at Zhu Shiji. Zhu Shiji nodded at the 2 and said, Which continent is your sect located in? Small place. Let's not talk about it. Tuoba Xuan laughed dryly. What is the cultivation of the Greedy Wolf sect's sect master? Zhu Shiji asked again. I'm afraid you will be scared to death if I tell you. Tuoba Xuan thought in his heart, but on the surface he respectfully smiled and said, The sect master is a middle-stage Battle Dan realm cultivator. Middle-stage Battle Dan realm, Zhu Shiji nodded. He had the same thought as him. The Greedy Wolf sect could only be considered a second-rate sect in this world. Only a sect with a late-stage Battle Dan realm expert could be called a first-rate force, such as the Zhu clan. Middle-stage Battle Dan realm? So this was the foundation of the Greedy Wolf sect? A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the cultivators from the 9 great clans and 35 top sections. Many of them secretly rejoiced that they did not rely on the so-called Greedy Wolf sect. Zhu Chen saw that Zhu Shiji did not seem to be interested in Tuoba Xuan and Zhu Shiji, so he hurriedly transmitted a message to Zhu Danqi. Old ancestor, disciple found a magic artifact of high grade here. Magic artifact? Zhu Danqi's expression slightly changed. This time he did not repeat the same mistake. Instead, he transmitted a message, Don't speak first. Zhu Qin was slightly startled. He looked at the group of middle-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators with some fear. He knew that his old ancestor was afraid that the two's transmission would be heard by them. In the end, there was already someone with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Zhu Qin and said, You said that you found a magic artifact of high grade here? Where is this magic artifact? The person who spoke was the elder of the 9 palaces and 8 sects hollow jade temple, Zongsuin Yi. His cultivation was not weaker than Zhu Shiji's, and his body was filled with an extremely dense power of law. A trace of panic appeared on Zhu Chen's face. Zhu Danqi felt a chill down his back. He turned around and saw that Zhu Shiji was looking at him with a gaze full of coldness. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Everyone had originally come for the dragon territory. Now that they heard that there was a magic artifact here, they began to secretly discuss it. Say it. Other than me, I'm afraid they have also heard it. Zongsuin Yi said lightly, It's fine. Just say it boldly. Since we are a dragon and a demon, the 9 palaces and 8 sects and the 4 great clans are all here. There is no need to hide it. Zhu Shiji said lightly. Hearing this, Zhu Chen whispered the ins and outs of the matter. Naturally, he wantonly slandered Ning Qi and added fuel to the fire, saying how he looked down on the Zhu clan. Chapter 995. Meeting old friends, don't be angry. A Battle Dan realm cultivator will be proud in this place. Zhu Shiji said lightly. Where is this person now? Zongsuin Yi glanced at Tuoba Shun and Wenren Muya. You'll have to ask Senior Tuoba. Zhu Chen whispered. Everyone, he has left the 9 states empire. As for where he went, we have no way of knowing. Tuoba Shun cupped his hands. Marshal Niece Wenren, they are here for the dragon field. I'm afraid this place is not simple. Let's play it by ear. Tuoba Shun's voice rang in Wenren Muyue's ears. The middle-stage Battle Dan realm cultivators present could see the vibration of the power of law. They knew that the two were communicating, but as they were also in the Battle Dan realm, they could not hear the content of the conversation. Ran away. If I find him, I'll show him who I am, Zhu Danqi said fiercely. He had been frightened along the way, and he was already furious. At this moment, he could vent his anger on Ning Qi. Since he is not in the capital, let's go to the dragon field to find out. The elder of the ancient water dragon palace said lightly. The elder of the imperial demon palace nodded in agreement. Since the elders of the 2 forces had spoken, the others had no objections. Zhu Danqi glanced at Zhu Qin and said, Ask someone to lead the way to the dragon field. Zhu Qin could not help but look at Su Hengtao. Su Hengtao cursed in his heart and looked at Tuoba Shun. Haha, then let's go together. Tuoba Shun smiled. Go together? Zhu Shiji and the others looked at each other and finally nodded slightly. He said to Tuoba Shun, Then let's go together. They really did not care about an early-stage battle Dan, realm cultivator. Not to mention that the greedy wolf sect was just a small sect. If they could find a divine item in the dragon field, they would not be qualified to participate in the division. You guys should go together. Zongsuin glanced at the cultivators of the 9 great clans and 35 top sects and smiled. Us? Go to the dragon field together? Everyone was taken aback for a moment before a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. However, the elders of the 9 superclans were looking at Zhu Danqi and Zhu Shiji instead. They had already pledged their allegiance to the Zhu clan. Whether they could go or not depended on the Zhu clan's elders. Then let's go together. Zhu Shiji smiled. Everyone knew why Zongsuin called for this group of people. After all, they came in a hurry. Excluding the 10th Order Qi refining disciples, there were less than 100 people. To explore a place, this number of people was definitely not enough. The more people, the better. When the time came, they only needed to arrange for a few people to wait at the exit. Even if others found the divine object, they would not be able to take it away. In the end, under Zhu Shiji's request, not only did the 9 great clans and the 35 major sects mobilize a large number of troops, even Su Hengtao mobilized a large number of troops. They gathered together, numbering more than 100,000 people, and directly headed towards the dragon field. Basically, all the nobles in the capital had their disciples participate in this operation. When the sects that arrived later, such as the sect leaders of the 18 great sects of the Tianwu continent, discovered this group, they tentatively followed behind. Seeing that the other party did not stop them, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As the group grew larger and larger, the citizens of the capital started a heated discussion about this matter. Many Dowang-level cultivators heard the news and rushed towards the dragon field. They knew that a great opportunity had appeared. This time, even the ordinary soldiers could go to the dragon field. Naturally, they also had the right to enter the dragon field. At the back of the majestic group, "Big brother, I heard that a treasure has appeared in the dragon field. If we can have a little opportunity, it will not be long before we break through to the Dohuan level." Duan Juandi transmitted his voice happily. The disciples of the Duan clan, including the divine Dragon Marquis, could only be ordinary cannon fodder at the back of the group. After all, those at the front of the group were Do Shang, Do Di, and Do Dan realm cultivators. The divine Dragon Marquis, a Do Zun realm cultivator, was inconspicuous in this group of hundreds of thousands of people. "I hope so." Duan Juntian nodded. Ning Qi might have had a fortuitous encounter along the way to reach his current cultivation base. Didn't he run away after offending the Zhu clan this time? We will have a chance in the future. Duan Juandi transmitted his voice. Duan Juntian clenched his fists slightly when he heard this. There were many exchanges like this among the group of hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone was looking forward to this trip to the dragon field. After all, they did not even have the right to enter the dragon field before the change in the world. Now, not only did they have the right to enter the dragon field, but there seemed to be a treasure that had appeared in the dragon field. It was a rare opportunity that only appeared once in 100 years. In a secluded valley somewhere in Dongshan, countless female corpses were gathered. Among the corpses stood a middle-aged man dressed in black robes with an ashen face. He suddenly shouted, and the female corpses nearby exploded, turning into a bloody mist that coalesced in the air. 2 hours later, the blood mist slowly condensed into a brand new body. "Madam, go." The middle-aged man said calmly. A pale woman appeared next to him and nodded. With a bang, her body turned into a bloody mist and merged with the new body. 99 extreming bodies are enough for you to achieve the highest stage of the mystical Yin technique. The body landed slowly. The middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly when he saw this. The eyes of the woman's body suddenly opened. She let out a shrill cry and hit a mountain a few miles away with her palm. The power of the law burst out of her body, and the mountain instantly exploded into ashes. Is this the power of the law? The woman looked down at her palm blankly. In the next second, she laughed maniacally. Ning Qi, just you wait. This time, I'm going to refine you into a corpse boy that I can order around all day long. The people in the 9-province empire seemed to have decreased a lot. A purple light flashed. Ning Qi and the Scholar of Heaven and Earth suddenly appeared on the streets of the capital. Ning Zi stood quietly next to Ning Qi, her eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. And Ning Qi, a surprised voice rang behind the three of them. Ning Qi turned around, and a smile appeared on his face. Why are you guys here? Huangfu Tao, Chao Zhang, Kong Tianqi, and a dozen other people looked at him in shock. Ning Qi was familiar with a few of them, but he could not remember their names. Beside Huangfu Tao and the others was a group of slightly older people. Among them was Huangfu Fei, the chief of the Xinwu public house, who had chased after Ning Qi. After the change of the world, we left the Qin Tang Empire and went out to travel, Huangfu Tao said with a complicated expression. In fact, they had heard some news about Ning Qi. They did not want to be outdone, so they decided to leave the Qin Tang Empire and go out to travel. Chapter 996. Preparation Traveling? Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. He really admired them for daring to go out with such a cultivation. Or these guys were hot-headed and thought that they could live like fish in water after leaving the Qin Tang Empire. However, being able to make it all the way to the Empire of the 9 States was somewhat unexpected. Huangfu Fei had been hiding behind Huangfu Tao with his head lowered, afraid that Ning Qi would see him. The expressions of Huangfu Tao and others were very complicated. Before they left the Qin Tang Empire, they only knew that Ning Qi was talented and his cultivation speed was really terrifying. However, along the way, they had heard too many legends about Ning Qi. The most shocking thing was that the 9 great clans of Dongxian were suppressed by Ning Qi. When Huangfu Tao found out about this, he did not even sleep for 3 days. Do Di was an extremely distant term to them. However, the bastard son of the Marquis, whom they had looked down on back then, had now become the sect leader of the Cloud Rising sect, which possessed over 70 Do Di and was publicly recognized as the strongest sect in Dongxian. Although they later learned that the Cloud Rising sect had disappeared overnight and that Ning Qi was suspected to have been killed by the Book of Life and Death, no one came back to their senses. It was only when they walked into the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire that they learned that Ning Qi had reappeared in the Jianghu and had even become a top expert of the Dan realm. Ning, Chao Zhang wanted to speak, but he did not know how to address Ning Qi. Call me by my name, just like before. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chao Zhang was slightly surprised. Then he sighed in his heart. Ning Qi, it's only been a few years, but you've already surpassed us so much. Sometimes I really wonder if you're a human. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Chao Zhang calling Ning Qi inhuman? Chao Zhang also reacted and hurriedly said, I didn't mean that. This kid's premonition is quite accurate. I possess the bloodline of the World Devastator Immortal Clan. Can I still be considered a human? Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Don't just stand there foolishly. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal at Yunwu Restaurant. As you wish. Everyone was overjoyed. They thought that Ning Qi would at most exchange a few words with them before ignoring them. After all, Ning Qi's current status couldn't be compared to theirs. Even if Qin Zheng was here, it would be the same. They didn't expect that Ning Qi would invite them to dinner. Many of them showed hope in their eyes and thought quickly. They were from the Qin Tang Empire, so was Ning Qi. With this identity, maybe they could follow Ning Qi? It was said that a large number of young disciples of the champion Marquis Manor had disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that they had gone to hang out with Ning Qi. Yunwu Tower. As soon as Ning Qi went upstairs, all the diners were surprised. The waiter hurriedly followed Ning Qi. As for Dingling, she had already gone to the dragon field with the group. clear some tables," Ning Chi said lightly. Without waiting for the waiter to speak, the nearby diners all stood up sensibly and chose to share tables with others, giving up their tables. When Huang Fu Tao and the others saw this, they sighed in their hearts again. This was the Cloud Mist Restaurant. When they were traveling, they had heard about it. There were many Dozones and Dozuns who came here to eat. Occasionally, there would be Do Saints and Do Emperors. Ning Chi's status was extraordinary to be able to receive preferential treatment here. After chatting for a while, Ning Chi found out what they had been going through in the past few years. He had no sympathy for them. Even he had experienced countless dangers of life and death, let alone Huang Fu Tao and the others. By the way, I haven't introduced you guys. This is the Pavilion Master of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Scholar of Heaven and Earth. Ning Chi smiled and glanced at Scholar of Heaven and Earth. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that the young man next to Ning Chi was Ning Chi's servant because when he walked, he always lagged behind Ning Chi by half a body's length. They didn't expect him to be the Pavilion Master of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, Scholar of Heaven and Earth. When the Dry Bones Forbidden Land and the Divine Kingdom of the East fought, there were also messengers who went to the Qin Tang Empire to recruit strong men. Naturally, they knew Scholar of Heaven and Earth very well. From the conversation just now, Scholar of Heaven and Earth already knew the identity of Huang Fu Tao and the others. He just smiled and nodded. These people were just from the same place as Ning Chi, and their relationship was not deep. There was no need for him to be so intimate. Even Scholar of Heaven and Earth follows Ning Chi like a servant. The difference between us is really like the difference between humans and ants. Everyone sighed in their hearts again. Brother, did anything big happen in the capital city recently? Ning Chi asked with a smile when he saw a diner constantly looking at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. The customer was ecstatic. He immediately ran to Ning Chi and told him everything that happened in the capital city in a low voice. A dragon and a demon, the 9 palaces and 8 sects and the 4 great clans. They're all here? They went to the dragon field? Ning Chi frowned slightly. Senior Ning, I'm afraid that a treasure has appeared in the dragon field. Scholar of Heaven and Earth said hurriedly. Let's go and join in the fun. Ning Chi smiled faintly and casually gave the diner a piece of low-grade refining godstone. Although the diner was a little disappointed, he still returned to his seat with satisfaction. The others looked at him with envy and jealousy, regretting that they didn't get the first opportunity. Since you guys are out, you can't come here for nothing. Do you want to go to the dragon field with me to take a look? Ning Chi looked at Huang Fu Tao and the others and smiled. Really? We can go too. Huang Fu Tao and the others were pleasantly surprised. They were a little surprised. Of course. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Huang Fu Tao and the others quickly nodded, expressing that they must go to the dragon field with Ning Chi. Senior Ning, Su Hengtao mobilized 100,000 soldiers this time, and the dragon and the demon did not stop him. Obviously, they need so many people to go to the dragon field. Do you want me to go back to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion and bring some people here? Scholar of Heaven and Earth said in a low voice. No need. Wait for me for a moment. Ning Chi smiled and immediately vanished in front of everyone. Such a method made Huang Fu Tao and the others shudder with fear. Huang Fu Fei, do you still remember what you did in the past? Apologize to Big Brother Ning later. If he doesn't forgive you, you can go back to the Qin Tang Empire. Huang Fu Tao said to Huang Fu Fei coldly. Huang Fu Fei smiled bitterly and nodded. Scholar of Heaven and Earth was curious, so he asked about it. The others naturally did not dare to keep silent, so they told him some interesting things about Ning Chi in a few words. For example, in the Imperial City competition, Ning Chi defeated countless geniuses in the capital city alone. Now, not only did they not feel humiliated, but they felt honored. After all, they had fought with Ning Qi, and this would be a symbol of their status in the future. What are you talking about? Chapter 997. Returned to Jianghu. Ning Qi looked at Huang Fufei with a faint smile. After a while, when Huang Fufei was covered in cold sweat, Ning Qi said faintly, "Get up." Yes. Huang Fufei heaved a sigh of relief and stood up, trembling. Senior Ning, did you just go to the Cloud Rising sect? Scholar Heaven and Earth asked curiously. Cloud Rising sect? Everyone was taken aback. Then, their eyes burned with passion. Could it be that the Cloud Rising sect that had disappeared was going to appear once more? They should be here soon. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone was looking forward to it. Cloud Rising sect. Ever since Zhu Chen was humiliated by Ning Qi, more than half of the cultivators here had left, afraid that the experts of the Zhu family would vent their anger on them. Feng Ming, I didn't expect the Cloud Rising sect to cease to exist in just a year. Speaking of which, it's all Ning Beishuan's fault. Lower your voice. Ning Beixian is now a Battle Dan realm cultivator. If he finds out that you are bad-mouthing him behind his back, he might just slap you to death. What are you afraid of? He was not here. So what if he was at the Dodan realm? Could it be that it can hear what I'm saying? A few Doshans arrived at the Cloud Rising sect. One of them seemed to be unhappy with Ning Qi. Feng Kong stood beside them and said nothing. He looked at the Cloud Rising clan with nostalgia and sighed inwardly. Senior, could you be sect Master Feng Kai? A few Do Zun realm cultivators from the Cloud Rising market cautiously walked towards them. One of them seemed to recognize Feng Ming, and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. Didn't the Cloud Rising sect disappear? Why was Feng Ming here? Could it be that he didn't leave with the Cloud Rising sect? Feng Ming nodded calmly. Those people immediately felt a bit awkward. They had taken over someone else's territory, and now that they had seen the person in question, it was a bit hard to explain. Fortunately, Feng Ming did not care about such things. In his heart, he was no longer the sect leader of the Rising Cloud sect. Feng Ming, we should go to the dragon field now that we're done, right? I wonder what the dragon and demon are going to do there. Is there really a treasure there? The Dosheng, who was dissatisfied with Ning Qi earlier, frowned and said, Okay, let's go. Feng Kong nodded. Just as everyone was about to leave, a ray of light suddenly flashed. A woman suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Elder Meng? Feng Ming cried out. Meng Qingling glanced at Feng Ming and was slightly startled. She then smiled and said, Brother Feng. Elder Meng? Could it be Ning Beishuan's master in the Cloud Rising sect, Meng Qingling? The nearby cultivators were shocked. Meng Qingling had disappeared with the Cloud Rising sect for more than a year. Now that she had reappeared in such a strange way, could it be that, before everyone was still in a state of shock, rays of light flashed one after another? In the blink of an eye, everyone was shocked to see that there were hundreds of people standing behind Meng Qingling. The lowest cultivation among them was at the Dozun class. As for the dozens of people with the strongest auras, it was likely that they were the legendary group of Dodi that had suppressed the 9 great clans. Dongfang Haojia. Third rank, brocade-clothed eunuch Dongfang Haojia? Someone recognized the handsome young man in white. His current aura is deep and immeasurable. It is likely that he is already a Dozun or even a Dosheng. How many years has it been? It's really impossible to look at them with common sense. It seems that all those who follow Ning Qi grow at such a terrifying speed. The Dosheng, who was dissatisfied with Ning Beixian, had already shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything else. So this is the Dongxian land. Li Minji was a little excited. The fact that he had been brought here meant that Ning Qi had more trust in him. Bei Hongqiu, Wang Su, Ding Zhongshan, and the other elders of the Cloud Rising sect were also among the crowd. The way they looked at Feng Ming was a little strange, but they did not feel guilty. Feng Ming had made the wrong choice back then and felt a little jealous of Ning Qi. In the end, he did not follow everyone to the War God Hall. He had missed this opportunity. As for them, they had thought that they had no chance of breaking through to the Dodi realm. However, ever since they had gone to the War God Hall, their cultivation had risen a few levels. It was estimated that they would be able to break through to the Dodi realm within 100 years. This was unimaginable back then, so they knew that their choice was not wrong. Elder Meng, Brother Ning is still waiting for us in the capital. Let's go, Dongfang Haojia said faintly. Okay, Meng Qingling nodded. Then, everyone flew in the direction of the Jiuzhou Empire. After they left, Feng Ming and the others also left. Among them, Feng Ming's expression was rather ugly. The others wanted to say something, but did not. As for the Cloud Rising Market, it had naturally been disbanded today. No one dared to stay in the Cloud Rising sect. Wouldn't that be courting death? Jiuzhou Empire, the capital. Many figures broke through the air and landed in front of the Cloud Mist Tower. Some of the constables of the Black Jail sect in the capital heard the news and rushed over. They wanted to scold them, but they suddenly realized that the people who came were very strong. They were at least experts of the Dodi realm. They could only stand nearby and observe carefully. These Dodi realm experts are from other places? Some of them look very familiar, but I can't remember who they are. Wait, are they from the Cloud Rising sect? Ning Beixian has reappeared in the Jiuzhou world. The Cloud Rising sect has also reappeared. Everyone's faces immediately revealed astonished expressions. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ning Qi had already led everyone out of Misty Cloud Restaurant. He smiled and nodded at Dongfang Haojia, then cupped his hands at Meng Qingling. Greetings, master. Meng Qingling smiled and nodded. Everyone is here. Shall we go now? They have already set off. If we want to catch up to them, we will have to use some unusual methods. Ning Qi smiled. Unusual methods. A trace of doubt flashed in everyone's eyes. They did not understand what was going on. The law of lightning on Xiao Zi's body gradually spread out and covered hundreds of people. The next moment, the constables of the Black Jail sect and the cultivators who were watching were shocked to find that in the blink of an eye, Ning Beixian and the others had disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never been there. Looks like Ning Beixian and the others are going to the dragon field. What a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. I heard that there are middle-stage Do Dan realm cultivators in the dragon field, 9 palaces, 8 sects, and 4 great clans. I'm afraid that Ning Beixian will be walking right into their trap. Some people were not optimistic. I will open a bet. If you are interested, you can come here and place your bets. Someone said in a clear voice. Chapter 998. A good dog doesn't block the way. Chapter 998. A good dog doesn't block the way. Buddhist Kingdom of the West. Ning Qi was a little surprised. He didn't expect the entrance to Dragon Field to be in a small town in the Buddhist Kingdom of the West. When they arrived, Su Hengtao and the rest had already arrived. Hundreds of thousands of people rushed into the small town, forming a sea of people. There were still people rushing over from time to time. Therefore, Ning Qi's group of a few hundred people did not attract any special attention. There is a time limit to the opening of Dragonfield. According to the time, we will have to wait for at least 1.5 years. Meng Qingling stood beside Ning Qi and looked at the small town. A trace of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. When she was young, she had once entered Dragonfield. That was when the hatred between her and Feng Shengnan was formed. However, ever since the discovery of Dragonfield, all the big families had strictly followed a rule, which was to never go 50,000 miles deep. That was because 30,000 years ago, when the 9 big families had just emerged in Dongxian, there were a few Dodi who entered Dragonfield together and went 50,000 miles deep. In the end, there was no news of them. Basically, every time they entered Dragonfield, there would be 70 to 80% of them who died or went missing. Most of them went 50,000 miles deep. Later on, someone set this rule. Since then, the survival rate of entering Dragonfield had increased by a few times. A year and a half? So long? Ning Qi frowned slightly. However, in a year and a half, the dragon slaying mall should have been completely updated. He still had a few 100 million dragon slaying coins and a lot of spiritual godstones in his space bag. Ning Qi was looking forward to the new dragon slaying mall to see if there were any divine items for sale. If there were, at least he wouldn't need to worry about reaching the Do-Dan realm. The inns here seemed to be full. Scholar of Heaven and Earth smiled bitterly. How could a town that could only accommodate tens of thousands of people suddenly be unhappy with the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of people? Some families and sects had even set up camps on the top of the mountain. Ning Qi smiled faintly and glanced at the crowd. The elders and disciples who had outer sect disciple tokens smiled tacitly. In front of everyone, hundreds of people disappeared again. The coordinates had been locked. When the time was right, they would be able to directly appear here. This Scholar Heaven and Earth was a little shocked. With his knowledge, he had already guessed some clues. It was very likely that Ning Qi possessed a way to travel between the two places. Not everyone returned to the War God Temple. Meng Qingling, Dongfang Haojie, Li Minji Zhanglong, Zhao Hu Niudejuan Luo Tianhua, Fang Mo, Fang Bai, and dozens of others stayed by Ning Qi's side. Other than Li Minji and Luo Tianhua, the rest were cultivators of Dongxian. It was rare for them to come back, so they were naturally reluctant to return to the War God Temple. Who are these people? Hundreds of people disappeared? Good move. The leader seems to be a Do-Dan realm cultivator. The purple-haired woman beside him seems to have a stronger aura than me. Oh, 2 initial stage Do-Dan stage cultivators. In the current mainland, they can be considered an ordinary faction. Ning Qi and his group had attracted the attention of some of the nearby Do-Dan realm cultivators. However, no one came forward to greet them. Suddenly, the crowd in front of them parted like flowing water. Zhu Shiji walked over with Zhu Danqi and the other Zhu family disciples. Tuoba Shun, Wenran Muue, Su Hingtao, and the others followed beside them. Ancestor, it's him. Zhu Qin suddenly jumped out in excitement and pointed at Ning Qi. He's here too? Joy flashed in Tuoba Shun's eyes. Wenran Muyue's eyes were very cold. She unconsciously clenched her fists tightly. Him? Who? Zhu Shiji was stunned. Zhu Danqi reacted and glanced at Ning Qi. Is it that Do-Dan realm cultivator who humiliated my Zhu family? His name is Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian. These 3 words immediately attracted the attention of some of the local cultivators. Cultivators from other continents did not have much of an impression of these 3 words. But which local cultivator did not know Ning Beixian? When Ning Qi suppressed the 9 superclans, the news spread like a plague. Even the cultivators of the Buddhist kingdom of Western Paradise were familiar with these 3 words. Ancestor, it's him, Ning Beixian. Zhu Qin nodded and glared at Ning Qi with his teeth clenched. The elders, sect leaders, and disciples of the 9 great families, and the 35 top sects who had been following behind, also arrived at the front and saw Ning Qi. He really came here? Didn't he hear that the Zhu family is also here? Yuan Daohan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Tuoba Xue Feng glared at Ning Qi. Beside him, Tuoba Xiaoxiao's resentful eyes seemed to materialize. They were not the only ones. The rest of the clan's elders hated Ning Qi in their hearts. Their clan had fallen apart because of Ning Qi. The Do-Di ancestor of their clan was either dead or missing. Missing was no different from being dead in their eyes. On the other hand, the sect leaders and elders of the 35 top sects were looking at Ning Qi with shock and a hint of curiosity. Only the Jade Pill sect had a grudge against Ning Qi. Many people from the other sects had not even seen Ning Qi's true face. After all, Ning Qi's rise was too fast, so fast that they could not react. Dongfang Haojie? The disciples of the Dongfang family looked at Dongfang Haojie in shock. Fang Emo and Fang Bai, you are with Ning Beixian? The elders of the Fang family had a trace of anger in their eyes. Fang Bai was shocked. He was still a little afraid of the Dosheng realm patriarch. He subconsciously glanced at his big brother and discovered that Fang Emo was expressionless. It was as if he did not care about the Dosheng realm patriarch at all. Fang Bai's heart calmed down. Is the one beside Dongfang Haojie Dongfang Yilua? It seems to be her. Damn. So she went to join Ning Beixian. Traitor. Everyone gritted their teeth in their hearts. I heard that you are very arrogant and look down on the Zhu family. Zhu Danqi took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Ning Qi. Hearing that, everyone knew that the Zhu family was going to attack Ning Qi. If Ning Qi knew what was good for him, he might have a chance to live if he surrendered now. Their gloating eyes fell on Ning Qi and the others. Ning Qi looked at him with a faint smile and said, "A good dog does not block the way. Excuse me." Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Ning Qi in shock. He is indeed a madman. Arrogant, too arrogant. Zhu Danqi was stunned for a moment. She thought she had heard wrong and asked subconsciously, "What did you say?" I said, "Good dog, don't block the way." Did you hear me? Ning Qi looked at Zhu Danqi and said word by word, "Ancestor, kill him." How arrogant. Do you really think that the Zhu family is one of the 9 big families in Dongxian? Chapter 999. The Strong Bullying the Weak? Ning Zi's face turned cold as she took a step forward. The lightning laws in her body surged around her. The Zhu family disciples immediately shut their mouths, their faces filled with uncertainty. The other side had 2 Battle Dan realm cultivators. Zhu Shiji frowned. According to the information, Ning Qi was the only Battle Dan realm cultivator in Dongxian. Now that another Battle Dan realm cultivator had appeared and seemed to have a trace of the demon clan's aura, Zhu Shiji immediately became more vigilant. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Zhu Danqi roared angrily and ignored Ning Zi. A vast power of laws burst out of her body. In the next moment, Ning Zi's figure moved and he felt a violent impact on his chest. His entire body flew out like a cannonball. Zhu Shiji waved his hand lightly and easily caught Zhu Danqi. What's going on? Zhu Danqi's face was filled with anger. Lowering his head, he saw a 3-inch deep palm print on his chest. Seeing this, he suddenly felt a lingering fear in his heart. He didn't even see how the other party attacked, but the other party was able to leave a palm print on his chest. If that palm had hit his head, instead, Zhu Danqi involuntarily swallowed at the thought. So fast. Your power of laws is related to speed. Zhu Shiji narrowed his eyes at Ning Zi. Ning Zi turned away arrogantly, not even looking at him. Zhu Qin was dumbfounded. His family's elder had been defeated in one move. Most importantly, Ning Beixian hadn't attacked at all. It had been the little girl beside him. The elders and disciples of the 9 great clans and the 35 top sects finally reacted. So Ning Qi was not alone. Other than him, there was also a Do Dan realm cultivator by his side. Who is this guy? He knows he's facing the Zhu family and still dares to speak rudely. Is he also a dragon and a demon? A disciple of the 9 palaces and 8 sects? Doesn't look like it. Look, a dragon and a demon. The 9 palaces and 8 sects are here too. A group of people walked over slowly and stopped beside Zhu Shiji. They smiled and looked at Ning Qi and the others. Suddenly, the eyes of the people of the Imperial Demon Palace paused for a moment and then fell on Ning Zi. You're a demon? Fu Kuan frowned. The middle stage Do Dan realm elder of the Emperor Imperial Demon Palace did not say anything. However, his eyes were the same as the others as he stared at Ning Zi. This woman is a demon? A Do Dan realm demon? Strange. Other than the land of the ancient demon clan, there is actually a demon clan that can break through to the Do Dan realm? No, her aura doesn't feel like that of a beast. Instead, it feels like a beast. Perhaps it was because a bystander could see things more clearly. Zongsuin Yi of the Hollow Jade Temple was the first to discover that there was something wrong with Ning Zi's aura. I'm not a demon, Ning Zi said lightly. Only then did the shape-shifted demon clan of the Imperial Demon Palace heave a sigh of relief. If the demon clan was involved with the human clan, it would be a huge scandal for their Imperial Demon Palace. However, if it wasn't a demon, you are a demonic beast? Fu Kuan frowned. What does this have to do with you? Ning Zi was getting impatient. The other party's gaze was truly displeasing. How dare you, demonic beast? The shape-shifted demon clan of the Imperial Demon Palace was angered by Ning Zi's tone. As a demon, demonic beasts were just domestic animals reared by the ancient demon clan. Now, they actually dared to be so rude to their master. Wasn't this a rebellion? Ning Qi looked coldly at the group of shape-shifted demon clan. Their attributes were clearly displayed on the interface. Shut up, Ning Qi said lightly. What right do you have to speak? Speaking of which, you are that Ning Beixian? Why don't you show us your Dharma artifact? Zongsuin Yi sneered. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Only then did they react. They originally thought that these fellows had unintentionally clashed with the Zhu clan. According to Zongsuin Yi, this person was Dongshuan's only Do Dan realm cultivator, Ning Beixian. You want to see my Dharma artifact? How many lives are you prepared to see it? Ning Qi said lightly. Interesting. Zongsuin Yi smiled. 1 dragon, 1 demon, 8 palaces, 8 sects, and 4 great clans had already surrounded Ning Qi's group with tacit understanding. When the cultivators nearby saw this, they could not help but stretch their necks with anticipation in their eyes. The expressions of Meng Qingling, Dongfang Haojia, Fang Emo, and the rest did not change. However, Huangpu Tao and the rest had never seen such a scene before. They thought that they could enjoy a good life by following Ning Qi, but in the blink of an eye they were surrounded by a group of ferocious Do Dan realm cultivators. The other party was publicly recognized as the strongest force in the continent. Not a single one of them was left out. Brother Huangpu, what should we do? Kong Tianqi's body trembled uncontrollably. He almost lost his grip on his fan. He had already cursed Ning Qi in his heart. This fellow had so many enemies. He should not have brought them to their deaths. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. Huangpu Tao transmitted his voice with a pale face. They did not know that their voice transmissions had already been heard by all the Do Dan realm cultivators present. Everyone's faces immediately revealed a ridiculing smile. You want to kill people just to take a look at your magic artifact? No wonder they said that you are arrogant. Come, we have a total of more than 20 early-stage Do Dan realm cultivators and a dozen mid-stage Do Dan realm cultivators. Do you think that is enough? Zhongsuin Yi teased. Boy, the Emperor Imperial Demon Palace has no enmity with you. We will not bully you. Hand over the magic artifact and this demonic beast to us. We will not attack you. The mid-stage Do Dan realm transformed demon from the Emperor Imperial Demon Palace said faintly. The ancient Water Dragon Palace is not a bully. You can settle the grudge between you and the Zhu family privately. Just hand over the magic artifact to us. The elder of the ancient Water Dragon Palace also said with a smile. Behind the group of transformed dragons, there were 3 guys who were looking at Ning Qi with a gloating smile. They were none other than the 3 dragon emperors. No one knew when they had joined the ancient Water Dragon Palace. Ning Beixian, you deserve this. Fortunately, you drove the 3 of us away that day. Otherwise, wouldn't we have died with you today? The giant ancient dragon emperor was elated. Bully me? Ning Qi smiled. Suddenly, a few white lights flashed around him. Little white, little gold. and little fresh meat appeared next to Ningqi. All of them are early-stage Dan realm transformed demonic beasts. No wonder that purple-haired girl is his demonic pet. How did he raise 4 Dan realm demonic beasts by himself?